and it is 1 o'clock Central European Time, or Swedish time, where I am. So let's get this stream started. Starting soon is no longer correct, so we are going to change to this, where the stream actually is. Hello everybody. Last week I was hoping to put some weapons on these last week, but I couldn't find my bits because they were sort of missing in the moving of all the miniature stuff out to the workshop. But you know what? Found it. Yeah. Oh, that's wrong. That's going to go in there. So random work bits, arms, some weapons and stuff as well. Let's put that in there. Yeah, different bits, but what we're mostly interested in today is this one, with all the melee weapons and some shooting weapons. We're gonna need to make a couple of shooting weapons, so we'll put those to the side for the other guy. We're also gonna put on some more green stuff. I mean, we have one cable we put on here last week, and that's looking okay, but I want more, because we have one on the other one like this going along the body. Okay, so we're going to do a lot of smaller like that. And if we start to look, let's see if I can find that somewhere, because there was an axe that was sort of, oh yeah, there's like a knob weapon. You can see there are some cables on the actual axe, and it's small details like this that's going to make a difference on a big model like this as well, so you get away from all the big thingies. Welcome back. So more cables, possibly running along the flatter surface, maybe some more of these small rivets somewhere around here. We'll see about that. But we're gonna start by building us some close combat weapons. So this guy, he's gonna have 2 big saws, and my plan for that is to just take 2 of these melee weapons, cut into them a bit, mount them basically together like that, and put them on the arms, build some sort of a hand structure for them so they're not just stuck to this flat part here. We'll work that out as well. And as you can see, we have plenty of saws, and then some of the axes I figured could be pretty good for the claws, which like basically are like jaws of life sort of weapon, you know, what the fire department used to cut off roofs of cars in accidents and things like that. So we're gonna get those together somehow by using this edge, and they're gonna be like a claw, and like, and those claws are gonna need some more. The camera flickering. Oh, I fixed that before I started, but maybe the light is different now. Oh, sorry for the bubbles. Let's do a quick fix of that so we don't have that. Yeah, I can see it a little bit too. Let's fix that so we don't get that flimmering thingery going down, because that is annoying. And that has to do with the exposure. We have to go lighter like that, and it should stop. Yeah, here we go. Everything is a bit brighter. The plastic card is gonna have to be shaded basically so you can see, but I can't turn down the lights or anything. I'll need to see what's going on with this and see what we can set up. In the end, a better camera for this sort of a stream would be a good plan, but that's in the future, and we are living right now. I'm not sure I'm going to be using these so much for them, because I don't like the curved cutting like that, so these axes are probably a no-go, but we have a bunch of these straight axes, and to make at least one claw, We're going to need 4 of these, and maybe want to make them longer even, so we might need more. But we'll start by sorting that type of axe out, so we know what we have to work with. Oh, that's a good one. That's a big good one. That's a big arm. That's a knob arm, actually. I think I might... It's also been a bit... Oh, it all actually broke anyway. Okay, so that weapon is a go. That weapon is a go. It's very bright. Yeah, I know it's very bright. Let's see if we can fix that as well, actually. Since we are at the start of the stream, maybe we can adjust the light a little bit now that we have adjusted exposure. I have already drawn down the light. Yeah, still super bright because of the exposure, because it's, yeah, letting in more light. Let's see if we can do something about that. I hate that it doesn't really, it works, okay. I hate that it doesn't really say the settings from time to time. I don't know. Maybe I need to update my OBS as well. Okay, so one more of those axes. It's a pretty straight one, so let's leave that out. Because all of these also have these sort of lines, like they're very used or very crudely made, and I kind of like that, so we'll stick with those. Leave the big knob axis out of it if we can. And we don't really need all those anyway, so let's stop there. Let's get some of these chain thingies. Are they all the same? Well, they are mostly all the same, right? All right, yeah. Indeed they are. All right, so we have those. We have plenty of options to choose from. Let's put this back. Let's get this back in there. All right. So we'll start with this arm, I guess, because that's the one that we have already cut off. It's a bit shorter than this. I think we'll start with the back arms, actually, because I think that's where I'm going to put the saws on. And I think we're going to start with that. We had 2 of these already cut off, so that's good. Right, and you can see there's a little bit of a knob here from the sprue. These are not cleaned up at all. I put all my tools here except my knife. Okay. I was hoping I wouldn't have to go in the back to get things, but here we go. That one. Where's the other knife? Here we go. 2 sharp knives and a sharpener, so we can keep them sharp. So basically just gonna carefully clean off. And then there is actually like a mold line here. I don't know if that shows up on camera, but it's there. Let's try and remove that as much as possible. Yeah, you can maybe see it. Yeah, here. There's a mold line. And we're just going to scrape, not cut. We're just going to use the knife to scrape that surface because it's just plastic, so it's easy to scrape it off. We'll cut off, however, this little knob up here from where it was attached to the sprue. And then we can do a dry fit. And we can immediately see that there are some small bits left here from other parts that has been attached to this. And we're just gonna scrape that off, see that it's flat and nice. Nice thing about these exhaust pipes that they have, they're actually flat on the backside, so they do fit pretty well just like that. However, they seem to be getting stuck on this little parts. So let's see if we can't remove that. Just cutting off that little tiny bit there. And then of course these are going to have cables and stuff for power and things in the end as well. We might take a round bit to put on the arm so it has a more cylindrical shape, which means it will look at least like it could twist like this. So it's not just a static hand like this, it can actually do this movement for cutting. But yeah. Oh, that's a lot better. This surface, however, is not flush with this surface. So if I put it together like, it's still a bit uneven somewhere. But I think we're going to file down. I think we're going to file down this one so it's flush with this one, so they will go together. And we will do that with a big flat diamond file. So this is a omnidirectional file, which means it moves in it's more like a sandpaper than a file actually, but it is a file that works like, so it's a file that works like a sandpaper, which is awesome for making tiny small models because you don't have to worry about which way you are going to work your file. Hey, Dread Pirate Diane, welcome to the stream. We're putting some weapons on this big guy. We should actually put him down like that, actually. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool putting all the weapons on him. 2 claws and 2 saws. We have a companion to him, which is, he actually isn't. He's in another group of dreads, because he's going to have a couple of big shooters here and some claws. And then we'll have to make, then I'm going to make 7 more, because I'm going to use 9 of these bad boys for a 1000-point list. This knife is not as sharp as I want it to be, but I did bring the sharpener, so yeah, because I really don't have a budget to buy a bunch of models now. Otherwise I could buy like a bunch of orcs and stuff, I guess, but I also like the walkers. But so I decided I designed them myself in Fusion 360. They do have a similar look to the normal deff dreads because I wanted them to like fit in. And then I'm just building them myself. And I haven't played 40k in ages. Like, I don't know how many years it was since I actually played 40k. Played other games, but sort of got out of 40k and want to get back into it, and orcs are always fun. And so this is, yeah, 9 deff dreads and a big mech, and that's 1000 points. So that's few models to move around, but it's going to be an awesomely fun thing to play, no matter how efficient it is. So just the noise you hear is just me sharpening the knife here. Yeah, oh, yeah, I started designing some killer cans as well before these actually. So I got a few of these little guys, though I want to remake them to make them more detailed here on the back because they're very flat and so. But so this is the beta test for that. Walking around. So yeah, yeah, I know it's super cute, so tiny, but a bit more detail, you know, a bit more depth into it, and I think they will be like this big flat surface here. Like put a big bolt or something, just to make it pop a bit more. But yeah, my first list, as I said, is this 1000-point army, and then I figured I'm gonna do a Gretchen list. So I'm also doing these guys, a bunch of grot tanks. Yeah, an orc glyph would be perfect as well on the hip of the killer can. Actually, you're absolutely right about that. So yeah, grot tanks, also my own design and printed with some plastic card. I have a custom Mega Blasta version here. The tracks, however, are not very durable on these, I noticed. So I actually have remade the tracks. I've just have not printed them yet. So yeah, I'm gonna make a whole bunch of different designs with different weapon options, and these are pretty simple actually. So I am considering casting these in resin in the end, because then if somebody wants them, I could actually just sell them. Because they're pretty 1, 2, 3, 4 parts or something. If you well, actually on the skirts. So, but still, it's less than 10 parts, so it's not a horrible job to make molds and cast them. And then I have to design some mega tanks, of course. Yeah, grots are the best. Expanding grot shop. Yeah, exactly. More grot thingies, more grot specialized. But yeah, so I'm gonna make some mega tanks, which I haven't designed. Yeah, I really like that, having like the coil. It's a bit undetailed, so the next print will probably be a bit more detailed. It's I want these grooves to be deeper, basically. That's the thing here. But yeah. And yeah, then the mega tanks, and I've started to sketch up some ideas for some artillery pieces, of course, because they are also grots. Oh yeah, and we need if anybody from Games Workshop ever hears this, we need a grot HQ. Okay, we need a standard grot mech thing in like a little robot body or something. That's a HQ. We need a grot HQ for grot armies. So we don't have to have any orcs at all, because that means also your warlord would have benefit from being the grot type as well. Yeah, they are, but they're also efficient and cool, and they got grots. So, but yeah, I really don't have a budget, and I really want to get in. I have a 3D printer, and filament is so much cheaper, and I know how to model mechanical stuff in Fusion 360. So I was like, okay, mechanized orcs. I do have some boys, like in other projects. Yeah, my third list, that was 2 lists. I have 3 lists, and the third list is a Speed Freak army with some converted deff coptas, because I don't like that they are coptas, even if it's in their name, because they are jet bikes. So I wanted a jet bike, and here's my jet bike. It's a little bit of I don't know. Yeah, this is the 3D printed engine with some plates on. The blades from the copter, that obviously goes up here because it's a helicopter, right? Oh, well, that way. Was just cut down and used as the small wings here. So it's basically just the original model with a tiny bit added to the back here and just cut into pieces. And this plate here, or what you're going to, this part going from here to down here, is actually where this was attached to up here. So I cut it off and I glued it on the other side. Super simple, and it looks super speedy. I mean, I love the plastic deff coptas from the old start box, but they don't look speedy. This is super speedy. And of course they need a battle wagon, so I sort of slaughtered the Land Raider for that. Yeah, bunch of builds. Yeah, here's the guy that's probably going to be in charge of the death dreads in the end. With this custom force field, so we can walk around and protect them a bit. So there are some boys here, there are some more Imperial tanks over there that's gonna get orcified. Alright, let's get back to orcify this guy. They still want to hit that part in the back here. I guess we're gonna have to... Oh yeah, I should make sure that the camera can see the edge of the table, because I'm gonna be here working a bit. I'll put him in here so people can see him if they come in, pop in. And we're just gonna flatten this part in the back out a bit. Just to. And with orcs it's so awesome because making everything super custom, even if you use GW kits, and don't get me wrong, if I had the money, I would buy 9 deff dreads because that model is amazing. But that would be almost 4,000 Swedish crowns, or like 400 euros or something. So that's not really what I got to spend on making making an army right now. And that's a lot of money for 1,000 points. So we're doing this instead. Here we go. And let's do the same thing to the other one. Yeah, but looted things and custom things, it's like the orc way. I mean, I guess that's why they don't update orcs so often, like the orc boys, because people just build whatever they want anyway. Alright, there's a bit of a gap here, and that's because we haven't cut or filed down this part. Oh yeah, we're going to do that with the file, because otherwise we might end up cutting off the exhaust pipe here, and I kind of want them. So I mentioned this before. It's called a diamond file. It's basically more like a sandpaper than a file, and I like them for small things like this because they are omnidirectional. You can use them back and forth and around in any way. A normal file, well, it's not going to be so easy to, oh, actually it's going to be easy to see on this one. You can have these lines, and these are actually sharpened on one side, so a normal file should only ever, and I don't always do this myself because I don't think about it, but a normal file should always be used away from you, and then you should lift it up, and you shouldn't go back and forth because you will wear it down faster, because then you have to go like this. This gives you a lot of control, and they're very efficient at removing material, but if you just want to go in there and go crazy, these are a much better option, especially if you have small bits or small area to move around in. It's not completely together in the middle there, but I don't know if that actually matters that much. Yeah, that's what we do. And the good thing, even if I would have money in the end for something like this, I would probably do it like this because, one, I like to build things, obviously, and you know, just because you have resources, it doesn't mean that you have to waste them. We'll just try and file these. Yeah, finding the solution to the problems like that. Oh, here we go. That's a bit flatter together. Let's get that glued together with some super glue. I could have used some plastic glue, I guess, because this is GW plastic, but let's not. There is the glue. And this, oh, it's super white, but this little cup is my little glue palette. Well, these are disposable basically, but they can be used for quite a while. Put a dab of glue on there. Take a toothpick, pick up the glue, just so you can control the amount of glue and exactly where it's going very easily. And this is a super glue, but it's not it's one of those super quick glues, like Loctite glues. So you do have some time to adjust it. And some wonkiness is of course okay when you're an orc, but there's a difference between orc wonky and I'm too lazy to make it straight when I build it wonky, basically. So this is going to go here. I was going to make a little round thing here, but I think I'm just going to actually put it like this. We're going to let it dry. We're going to smooth this surface with some filing or sandpaper. We're going to glue this on here, and then we'll put some cables and stuff on. We will not put some cables and stuff on immediately, of course, because we are going to need to be able to handle the model. And if we put green stuff on it, we kind of want to leave it alone. So all the hard plastic bits before green stuffing, ripping off a bit of sandpaper. Flatten that up. That's gonna go on there. And if you have some orc boys standing next to this, they're gonna like look like they're more what's the word I'm looking for? Cohesive. They're gonna look like they're from the same team basically because you have these parts. But these are also good for inspiration. All of these orc parts are good for inspiration when you want to do the detailing on things. With like exhaust pipes, how they look. They have this little, can you see that? Yeah, it's like a grate. There's like 3 lines here that grooves in there. It's like, I don't know, for cooling or whatever. It just breaks up that flat surface, and that's something I talked about a lot here. Breaking up the surface. I think this side is too flat, so we might, too flat, so I'm probably gonna put something on there in the end anyway. But first, let's get some glue on this and give this guy his first weapon. Oh. And we're gonna go put some green stuff up on, of course, with some cables and stuff. That means we're probably not gonna get to paint these guys today at all, unless we are quick working with this one. Here we go. It's ready to cut something. Let's make the other saw right away. They are going to look very similar though, aren't they, if you use this? So maybe we should put these differently. Like overlapping like that. I don't know. Or we could make like a bit, we could cut off that arm and make it so, well, if the same guy has 2 similar weapons, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. So we're just gonna carefully cut as close to the bit we want as we can, so we don't damage the fingers here too much, because we can build another weapon, or another close combat weapon, or he's holding on to a driving something, so we don't want to damage this part too much either. Let's put that in the box. And we're just gonna clean up. You see there's a little bit of a plastic bit right there. That's all we took away from the bit that we just tossed in the bin, well, in the box of bits. And the same thing here. There's a bit left over. Trying to get that out of the way. Again, we have the mold line and everything, but we don't have to sand these separately now, because we know that we need to sand all of these more or less flush to each other, so we can just do all of it at once. Learning from our previous steps. Just smooth the surface there a little bit. Get another one. Again, as close as possible and as sharp a knife as possible. So every now and then, take a sharpener and sharpen your blade just a little bit. You just remove, because when you use the knife, it's gonna get like little burrs. It's gonna lose its sharpness, and you can just remove those with a simple sharpening tool. That will make the knife. I mean, it's an you can just remove the blade, of course, but why waste the blade if you don't have to? Now, the original plan was to have 9 of these to mid-December last year, because we were supposed to have a get back into Warhammer 40k tournament thingy going on. But, well, that obviously didn't happen. So now I have a little bit more time. Which is nice, because it was quite a little bit of time for me to actually get this finished otherwise. Hope everybody's doing okay. If you like to show off something that you're working on to inspire us, or just to brag about all your cool projects, feel free to drop a link to any of your like social medias or something. Just make sure you don't violate the terms of service for Twitch, because we'll have to ban people who does that. But otherwise, there's link for each. Please keep it to art stuff, miniature wargaming or art stuff. Miniature wargaming is, of course, a lot of art with painting and sculpting, and you know, people don't always think about it that way. No, links are allowed now. Yeah, links are allowed. Why do you need what? No, links should be allowed. When did we need a permit? Did I change that at some point? Or was that the last time I, like, the last period I streamed, like something? You should. If you don't and you get timed out or something, well, you shouldn't, because you're a mod, so you probably don't need, you probably should be able to do that anyway. Yeah, so show people some shrooms. That feels orky, right? Oh, here's a scheme. Let's open that. I need to see. I'm curious. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's very dirty and grimy. I like it. That's a great start, man. That is a great start. I like it. Let's actually like it as well. Oh god, I'm not logged into Twitter, so I guess I will click on that later again and link it, like it then. Guess I don't want to sit here and try and remember my manual labor orcs. Yeah, feels like what orcs do. They're pretty handsome. I read a story. It wasn't mainly about orcs, but there were orcs in it. And somebody observed orcs trying to like build a watchtower for a pen where they kept some prisoners. And he was literally driving the rivets in with his forehead. So yeah, manual labor indeed. Yeah, those look really great. And now I come to think about it, this sort of part here, which is like a face basically, I wonder how that would look in a green. Yeah, riveting things together is definitely up on that list. Because they're quite thick-headed and their spines are basically not bendable, so. They are made to be sturdy. No? Glue, glue, glue. Plague Bearer contrast over Wraithbone. Oh, nice. That also makes it pretty quick to get a lot. Because let's face it, when you're playing orcs and you're not doing it mechanized only, then you're gonna have to paint quite a lot of boys up probably. I used to play Warhammer Fantasy, and I played Night Goblin army. It was something in the ways of 225 Night Goblins, infantry models in that army. That's a lot of green and black to paint. Yeah, some cables, some rivets, and yeah, stuff. Oh no, I broke off one of his exhaust pipe. One of the drawbacks of using a quick glue is, not a quick glue, a super glue or CA glue, is that it can be quite brittle. So you kind of have to handle them a bit with care. And these are ABS, so I'm thinking a normal plastic glue might actually work good on them. I don't have one to try, but at one point I'll just buy a good plasticky glue, and I will try it on the ABS that I print, and if that works, it's gonna be a lot more sturdy. Yeah, I painted that whole army. 225 infantry models and a bunch of other stuff around it. It was, yeah, slightly crazy. But you know, it's, if you don't want it like super smooth transitions on the black, you can just do black like with a little bit of gray highlighting, and it will read as you wanted it black. And you do a simple green skin tone, and you batch paint them, like do all the green faces on like a bunch, and then all the green parts of the skin parts on like 20 of them, and you just keep going through them. Yeah, I don't know. It was when did I play this? The 7th, maybe 6th, 7th, sometime. I did play until the Age of Sigmar, until they sort of removed fantasy and they replaced it with the Age of Sigmar instead. But yeah, that's a lot of models. Okay, so we could put these like this to make, because these otherwise are going to be very small, snippy claws. We don't want that. So let's cut this off like that. Yeah, so next week then, because probably, as I said, since we're going to put some green stuff on these, they're not going to be painted. Oh, but next week then we will paint them, and they're going to be this. They're going to be yellow. We're going to do them all yellow because I like it. It looks good when it's dirty as well. Oh yeah, you could just contrast paint the whole gob. Oh, it could be pretty quick actually then. Okay, so the plan is that we try and not make this flip away, and we have like one piece with an edge on it, and then we'll cut that at an angle like so, just a little angle, not too much, and then we will put this. Oh, that is at an angle already. That's not what I wanted. I want it to be an opposing angle like that, so you don't get like a sword. I don't want it to be a straight line. I want it to have a little bit of a bend, not much, just a little bit like that. Two different types of plastic from different eras of life. But basically what we're going to do is just see if we can't get these to get stuck together in a good way. It didn't turn out very straight. I don't think I need to care about that though. As you can see, I left this bit because that's where we can attach the hydraulics. All we have to do is, so there's going to be like a pivot point here. We can actually work with this. Oh, it fell apart. Let's see, which of these are the one that is not very flat then. Maybe we can straighten this thing out right away. Oh, it's this part. Try to make a straight cut. Let's see if we can dry fit this a bit. It's still a little wonky, but we can have some orc wonkiness. Just don't have to, as I mentioned earlier, there's a difference between, oh, that's even worse now. Oh my god. You can have a bit of wonkiness, but you have to be careful not to have just everything too wonky. And there's some things you can do and some things you can't do to make it look like in-game somebody who is not very competent has built it, or if otherwise it might look like you're not competent and have built it. Like too much glue that's seeping out will not look like a weld bond, because people will understand that these parts are glued together. So that I would recommend that you stay away from that if you can. So let's try to wipe it off. If you get some spillage of glue, you might be tempted to keep it, you know, paint it like a weld. But to make things look wonky, you have to actually build it pretty well, which is ironic. I mean, you can just smack things together and go, this is orc, and people will buy that because it's orc, and other things as well, and it's post-app or whatever it is. But if you want to like try and push yourself and get realism, which is a funny word to use when you're talking about a fantasy-ish fiction, fantasy and science fiction games, especially Warhammer 40k, which is literally set like 38,000 years from now. But we're talking about realism to scale, because we who are looking at these models are not this scale. That's why we paint shadows and highlights and things on full-sized things. You really usually don't need that so much, because they are already in the right scale. So the light that reflects off the lights and everything comes like on an arm or something. You don't have to paint, but we can see there's a difference in color here and here. And on a small model, these big lights that we have will look different on a small model. So that's hence painting highlights. All right, we have one claw thingy that is like almost done. We're just gonna try and get this transition here smoothed out a bit. No. Could make it even bigger, I guess. And now is the question, of course, do I make like one more, like so it's like a big scissor thingy, or should I make two more so they go like in between like that? We'll see. We'll keep making a few more of these. We need 4 to 6 of them, I guess. Because claws for death dreads are generally not like claws on fingers like that or an animal. They're more like snipping claws. I mean, you could do them however you wanted to, of course. There's nothing wrong with the other type as well, I suppose, but it's not what I'm going for right now. Right, a couple of more axes. It's a little bit of a rinse and repeat now. We have learned a few things. And that's the thing about remaking or making more of one thing. You'll learn the first bits how you can make it go maybe a little bit faster. And how much you can save. You can see this one is more angled at this part than that part, and we want to angle it the other way. So to not need to cut off so much, we're gonna just take the most straight side. That will mean this point, this front part on this claw will be a bit more pointed, because that's gonna go like that. You could do that as well. I've seen some of those actually. They have like in 2 hands, even like a big chopper for something. That could also work out. Yeah, so because I'm gonna try do different claws on all of them in the end, a little bit at least, so they don't look all too similar, basically. And I think this guy is gonna have claws, but because I think that's what they come with, and then you have to put the sauce on the this close combat saw thingies on the other hands, because I don't think they can have 4 claws anymore. I'm not sure though, because I don't have the codex. I'm just looking in Battle Scribe when I build armies to see. Right. Next one, and this one is going to keep the back piece, or this raised piece, of course, because that's where we're going to attach any joints or hydraulics and stuff. And then we're going to cut this at an angle, like so. It's a bit steeper of an angle. Yeah, because their walkers should, I mean, if you want to be like trying to follow up on like some orc lore and stuff, I mean, they build the machines to represent the ultimate being, right? And that's according to them orcs, so they should be orcish. Hence, they are making all of these thingies on most of their machines and things because it's, you know, it's scary according to them because it looks like a big orc now, and orcs are the scariest thing. So that's one claw maybe, unless we want to do them so they overlap when they close, like so there's two on one side. But this first one, I think we're gonna go with that, just because I want to get a claw on this guy if nothing else. All right, and that means we need to have something to attach this to. So we're gonna go into the pile of plastic card stuff. Like this one we could build. The other thing we can do here, of course, is get back to our orc bits. And I'm thinking you can take these little sluggers, and you can, if you cut off the hand and you cut off like the barrel and stuff, it doesn't really look as much as a gun, and you have a good nice plastic bit to attach things to. You get a lot of free detail in this, of course. So we're gonna make a little cut here and see how it looks. If we do that, and if we just cut it off like that, and then we'll cut off the barrel, and then we can put, yeah, or we can use this as a part of it. We can take some of this plastic card and we can glue this to it, just adding these, well, it's not adding, actually, using these small details that are on these plastic kit bits from the real Games Workshop orc kits. It's just a slugger, just a pistol from an orc boy. Maybe, yeah, maybe I think we need to find something. We could take a couple of them, I guess, but I also think they might have too much detail. We might, we'll put that aside. We don't put it away. We might put it in the back here, but I think we need to start. And then it's going to be there. We're going to have one hydraulic there, and one joint there. And that means something like this. Maybe. It's a bit of an experimentation when you do this, unless you have done it a bunch of them. But as I said, once you have done one, you have learned a little bit what works and what doesn't work. Because the more flat plastic pieces I use, the more work I have to put into it, because I really don't like when you end up with these big flat surfaces. It just doesn't look very exciting. And that's the human player perspective more than in the game. In the game. Okay, so these need to be attached now somehow, and they need to look like they can articulate, so they can bend. So we're gonna need some, like a piece of plastic card, and that's actually gonna help us a bit with adding detail and depth. Because one thing you can do with something, because this looks like a pretty flat surface, and then you can just, oh gosh, the lights. Yeah. Okay, let's do it here. That's better light for this for some reason. Flat surface, all of a sudden not such a flat surface. It makes it more interesting for the eyes. It draws focus. in a good way. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to use these and I'm going to put them like that, and I'm going to put one on the other side, and in between that we're going to slide these in. I'm also thinking we should maybe cut off these inner corners now that I'm looking at it, because it's going to like pivot around there. So no. Just rounding it off. I mean, you can just cut it off and leave it like an edge, because there's quite a sharp angle. Well, there's it's not very rounded here, but I don't know. It feels more like it wants to pivot if it's round, even though that's not logical at all. That's not even orc logical. That's just how I feel it should look. So these are gonna go like that. And maybe these need to be rounded too then. And they definitely need to be flattened out. And one of the things you can avoid when you're making things like this is, because as I said, you can keep it wonky if you want to, but you see this angle on top of the sea. Yeah, you can see it's got a slight angle on that part. That is not much. That's not a big angle, right? It's just like tiniest bit higher in the one side and the other side. But to scale, this would be like this much of a difference on a real big piece for a big robot thing like this. And that's you have to remind yourself sometimes about the scale of it, basically. So anything you do, if you miss like with a millimeter on a Warhammer model, if you translate that to like our size, I mean 1 millimeter, that's basically half the thickness of a boot or something for an Imperial Guard model. And then you look at your foot, and then you realize that's this much on my shoes. Yeah. So 1 millimeter maybe translates to something like this big or this big. So it does make a difference if you're making it a little wonky or just a little bit too much wonky. Now orcs of course can just bolt things together and it will work, because that's how orcs work. So you have a bit more leeway when you're doing orky stuff if you want to. But in the end, these are your models. The models that you're building for yourself are yours, and you're going to play with them or collect them or whatever. So the bottom line is you should be happy with them. And if you are that, it doesn't matter how wonky they look or anything, because they're going to look good to you, and that is the important part. They're going to look as you want them in the end. Hopefully. Sometimes we do things and they end up looking really weird, and it's not at all what we wanted, but you know, practice makes for more practice, because you're never going to get it perfect. I don't think anybody really does. It's like with any type of art project. It's never really done. You just move on to other things. You can always like do a little bit more. Let's see how this will look. We will add one of these little plates to here. And then this is going to go in between like that. Yeah. And then we're going to put the... Oh yeah, this plastic bit is a bit thicker. All right, let's see how this works out. We might have to put a little bit of a plastic bit in between here, because this white plastic card bit is a little bit thicker than the blades. So if I put when I put this down, it's going to be a gap to that one, so we might have to fill that up with a tiny bit of plastic. Just not so it doesn't look like it's floating, but also so we get some stability, because we want it to stay there. We want it to get stuck there permanently, forever. That is sort of the point. Oh, it's still not. But I think we might get away with it. Oh, no, don't. Hey, you're a super glue that doesn't dry so fast. I just told everybody that on camera, okay? Stop drying so fast. I'll just add a little bit more glue. I'll get this into a better place, maybe, like that. Yep. Yeah. And that's going to keep it stable, but it's not going to be very visible on the model, so we don't have to really care too much. I mean, you could make like just claws like this as well. Like animal claws, like more like a hand. And we might do that actually on one of them at the end, just to do it a bit different. I might want to use the more stable knife maybe. We're running low on the glue, so let's refill. Yeah, so let's like plan for that. Let's plan for making one with like a claw hands, and then we can make a plan, because there's gonna be 3 of them with 4 close combat weapons, and there's gonna be 6 of them, or 3 times 2, because they're gonna be in different groups. But let's make this guy with these weapons, and then we have one with claws that are like claws, and then we can make one of them with like holding, which of course means I'll have to sort of sculpt or build some hands, I guess. Could just have like a big metal lump that is roughly hand shaped, I guess, with a stick in it and go like, because that also means, of course, it's easy to tell them apart, because they have the same weapon type, but they look very differently. So let's aim for that as our sort of goal with these 3 guys that only have close combat weapons. Oh, let's maybe bend that down so you can, hi. So if I sit more comfortably, you can still see most of me. Yeah, you can see the orcs back there. Orcs and some orc bits, well, now the bit box is right behind my head, so if I go forward you can see, well, there, with all the compartment for different bits, and they're not divided usually by different armies. They are divided into different types. So one has legs in it, one has torsos, one has heads, one has fantasy melee weapons, one has fantasy shooting weapons like crossbows and flintlocks and things like that. Is that too much? Is that too open? Yeah, maybe. No, let's keep it like that. We're gonna be making more, so there's gonna be a little bit. You baked your shroom thingy? You never said that you went away, but now you're back. Okay. Oh, you baked your shroom. Your sculpy shrooms. Nice, nice. It's gonna be so cool to see those. If I'm ever doing night goblins again, I'm gonna make like shroom bases, like basically are like that rocks with like a bunch of shrooms on them for every little model. Might do that for a Blood Bowl team with goblins when I want to remake those, I guess. yeah, so for anybody who is new, this is what we're doing on this stream. We're building Orky stuff on this time on Saturdays. This is where I'm going to build this army and keep going with all the Orky stuff I do and Warhammery stuff I do, basically, I guess. Let's see what happens once the orcs are complete in the far future. There is only war and super glue on my fingers. Gosh darn it. But yeah, and then as we progress and I get to make more stuff, when I can buy some more material for stuff, we're gonna do other stream days with other things. So if you're just interested in models or like Warhammer, it doesn't have to be Warhammer, I guess. It can be the Blood Bowl teams and everything. But this is the miniature day, basically, and it's gonna keep being that as well for as long as for the foreseeable future anyway. There's some extra glue here, and as I said, if you start thinking about it to scale, and that's why I don't think excess glue looks like welds, because that means that welds would be this big, and I guess they could be, but it will not read well as a weld. These, however, I want to have being able to pivot. I don't want them stuck like that. I want to put something in between there. We're also going to put small rivets or something in the end here, so it looks like it pivots around there. And then, yeah, this needs to come out a bit more as well, because we need to put some pistons like these on here. So maybe this needs to come out a bit, and then we need to figure out the pistons and all the details. And if the pistons are stuck to the arms, this has to be stuck to the arm. That's not what the original plan was, but to make it look good, I can change the plan. I don't mind. So let's put the claw thingy on that arm, but not just yet. Smooth it out a bit where we want to glue it. It's also a good idea to take a sandpaper and rough up the surface, especially if you're using super glue, to rough up a surface a bit before gluing so that it's not too smooth, so the glue has something to grip onto. Why am I using sandpaper? I have my files. Right, let's put the rivets on this first, when we can just hold it and flip it around as we want to. And to do that, we're going to cut out some really small bits out of this plastic card. We're going to need 8 of these small little bits. Oh, that's one that's flying away. And there, oh, one is still stuck on my finger. And we're going to try and keep them square-ish. So this very rectangular one isn't really what I want. So we'll remove that. Yeah, those are like tiny, tiny bits. That can present itself with a bit of a challenge to get them in place without getting glue on your fingers and getting everything stuck on your fingers. Let's take this smaller bit. Let's start by making 4 of them and do one side, and I'll show you how I like to do this. Take a bit of glue. Where are they? Here we go. We're going to need some water for this part of the project. Just take one of these, take a bowl, open your water bottle, pour some water in. You don't really need much. pour some water into yourself. That's always good. And then we'll just take a tiny driplet of glue and we're going to just dab it in place where we want these little bits to be. We're going to wet the end of a clean toothpick, and the surface tension of that water will help us lift and a bit, and we'll put it where we want it, where there's glue. And the glue has a higher surface tension than the water, so it will grab the little bit and keep it in place, and then the glue will start to dry. Oh, also be careful so you don't shoot your little plastic bits all over the place. Yeah, there you can see them, the little tiny rivets. All the details. Okay, and while that dries, we can cut the next 4. And just trying to find a square, and then I put my finger on top of it because they want to shoot away when you cut them. Because if I just go down like, yeah, I don't know where that went. And I don't want to try and find a tiny plastic bit on the floor. So I will put my fingers on top of it, and hopefully that will be helping me to keep track of where these little things are going. And now the glue should have set. We can do the same thing again. A little bit of glue on the toothpick and dab. Make sure that some of it goes off, of course, so you get glue where you want it to have, where you want to have glue. If anybody has any questions, I mean, I'm trying to explain what I'm doing, but you might come up with other questions and things about what's going on, or how I did the thing. If you weren't here to see when I did the thing, there is a chat. You are free to ask, and I will answer as good as I can. Riveted on both sides. Yeah, if I turn it to the side, you can see how they stick out. And then we can glue it in place and start working on the pneumatic part, the hydraulic parts. They're not pneumatic, they're hydraulic. The base principle is more or less the same with the cylinders, but one is driven with air and one is driven with oils for the pressure. Oh, okay, let's see if I can, I mean, you're not going to see much, but I'm just gluing this on. I don't think I need to show that too detailed. And then I'm just going to hold it like this for a while so glue can set. Ooh. Can you check what that liquid clay costs and where you can get it? If you don't know that already, I guess. Here we go. Snip, snip, snip. Claws and saws. We need one more claw, and that arm has been cut off because I was going to put something on there. So we're going to have to fix that as well. But they can also be a bit different in length. It's just going to add to the orkiness. Then we're going to do some more power cables for the weapons from parts of the arms. And some cables along the armor. So just break up those flat surfaces. You are getting close to being finished, which is very cool. We could pull a cable down here to this side here, and then we'll just break off that whole big flat surface. That's pretty nice. That's a pretty good plan. Coming up with the plans. Right, but let's do the hydraulics for this, like finish this one off before we start making the next claw. And the hydraulics are pretty simple. We are going to use a tube of plastic card. Is this the thinnest one, or is that the thin? Oh, that's the same size. Yeah. It's a little bit different size than that. Maybe we have some cut-offs already. We do have some on the bottom here. Let's pour it out and see what's up. Oh. Pen Store has it. That's awesome. Some of these are odd, so they're not what I'm looking for. Is this? Nope. Where? Oh, there we go. I want the tube because I want a hole in there. Because I want to be able to insert a piece of. This is a smaller one. Is this? Do I not have any? Don't think I might think I might not have any. I would want something. Maybe we should have smaller actually for the weapons. Would that look better? It would look different. Let's go for it. But I might need a thinner. Maybe not metallic this time then. Because what we're doing now is basically these. But for the weapons, the hydraulic cylinders. Oh, what do we see here? What do we have here? Yeah, that's about the same size. That's not going to work out well. So do I want them smaller? I'll see how it looks with this small. I need to go and get a drill bit anyway. Slightly stiff in my leg from sitting around so much. That's the drill bit, and yeah, some thinner wire. Let's see how that will look. I'm gonna stand off camera, stretching my legs a bit. I don't want to get too stiff. Just this thin one should fit pretty well in there, but it's too thin. I'm not gonna like how that looks. I can tell. Okay. Let's get back into the little package of things. There we go. So we could use this plastic rod. Yeah, but there's no real point in that. We might as well use this. The problem is these tubes, the original tubes that I used here are thicker. So there's a smaller hole in them, so these fit very well. These are very loose. So what I have done in that case is I have filled this up with a bit of green stuff and then glue this in place. And so that's probably what we're going to have to do now as well. Just, what, still not. There we go. There we go. Just carefully rolling them off to about this, two of them, to about. Okay, you need to hold those down, those two as well, I guess. Just fix this up. Because if you are too like violent and just push down, you're going to deform them, and you know they're not super hard to deform back, so to speak. But if you just roll them and keep a low pressure on the knife, it's just going to start cutting, and then all of a sudden it just goes plop, and it's all the way through. So that's a very easy way to do it. All right, green stuff time for the first time today. We don't really need much. We don't really need much at all. This is a bit sticky, of course, so let's have some water on it so it doesn't stick so much to my fingers. And any green stuff we get over when we make something like this, there's quite a lot, even though we didn't make a lot of it. We're going to just roll out into bits and make cables or whatever of, and just save it for later use. So you can, you don't really need to waste any green stuff when you're doing this. Right, it's now completely green. We're gonna get some into this. Just when this sets, and it takes a while for this to set, I know. But for a small part, internal part like this doesn't really matter too much. And then we'll just take the metallic rod that we have. We'll just put some glue on the end, and we'll just, there we go. And then we can snip that off. Let's hold on to this, because we have learned if you don't hold on to things, they're going to shoot away from you. All right, and what we are going to do now is we're going to take some of this, and we're going to put it at the end like that, and we're going to put it at the end there. And these are rods, not tubes, so they are a little bit thicker, so you can be a bit more, I don't know, you can handle them a bit harder. And this is why I wanted to fetch that drill bit, because I can't just glue it to the end of this little metallic rod here, and it's also been cut off, so it's quite sharp. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill a hole very carefully into the side of the rod, like so. Just light pressure on there, because otherwise you can see how it can wobble a bit, and if you have too much pressure, you're going to jam this drill bit right into your finger, and that's going to hurt, and you're going to bleed all over the stream, and I don't want to do that. Or at least I'm going to have to put a band-aid on it. It's going to be annoying to work with a band-aid on. So let's not do that. Because if I slip now, it's not going to jam into my finger. It might scratch me just a tiniest bit. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to dry fit this to here to see if it goes in as it should. And it does. And that means we can now cut it off. Whoa. And the reason why I want to cut this off afterwards is, of course, I have this whole bit to hold on to while I am drilling. Because otherwise it's going to be super tricky to get that little hole in there. Go. And the same thing on the other side, we have a little bit of an issue, because we're going to glue this to that side, and this is flat and this is round, so there's not much contact between them, which means we need to bring out one of our files, a round file, and just hold it like this, mind your fingers, carefully. Can file it down so it's like a U shape there, and that means when we go to glue this little bit, it's going to have a lot more contact surface, and it's going to be a much more durable bond, and it's going to look better in general because it's not just a big weird gap. Again, with the controlled wonkiness, because this is not going to be straight at all, it's going to be wonky as it can be. But it's getting those small details right that can help sell the illusion. And now we have one hydraulic thingy. You can see it's not straight. Would probably work horrible, very horrible in real life. But this isn't real life. This is Warhammer 40k, or whatever other sci-fi dystopia thingy you want to go for, Because this could be, of course, used as a robot for other things, I guess. And I'm just going to file this down right away in that end for that little U shape or that curved shape. And oh, there we go. The green stuff. Squeeze it in there. Remove the green stuff that is left over. And we're not using green stuff for anything right now anymore. So we're just gonna roll this between our fingers. And we'll roll it out. And we have a ready to go cable once this is cured. Or maybe if we're fast enough with building this guy, we can use some of it on him. Some glue on our little metal rod, push it into the green stuff a little bit. And there we go. And let's snip this off to about the same length. Remember to hold on to it so it doesn't fly away, and that's as much for your benefit, I'm saying that, as for mine, so I don't forget. And let's since we have filed this down already, we can put in the back piece like so. And I almost cut it off, but as I said, it's easier to have a bit of plastic to hold on to when you do drilling in small bits like this. So drill first, cut off the bit later. And just not too much pressure. You don't want to stab your hand with it. It will hurt. Yes, I have done it. Yeah, we're going to cut it off before we glue anything, of course. And we actually don't need a toothpick. We can just take this bit and throw it through the glue. There we go. Some more hydraulics. Actually, we should be doing this properly, and we should dry fit it just to see where we want them to go. And we'll just do that by having a pair of tweezers and just, because this is going to go like that. And then we're going to put a couple of these flat plastic bits out to this as well. And that means that these are a bit too thick for me, for my liking. I'm gonna try and cut them down without getting too close to the metal rod, because we want to still have like material on the side there, even though it's gonna get mostly covered up, I guess. Yeah, thinning it down a bit. Let's add some more glue to our glue palette. I heard that sound that was a bit of plastic that must have been caught here because all my plastic bits are here. So I'll look for that after the stream instead. It's down there. It's a bit of white plastic. I hope it's big enough to be seen. I might have actually been... It did sound like plastic. Well, anyway. So this needs glue like there and like there. Then we can... Oh, it doesn't really have that much contact. Well, actually it does. We'll put that. Holding it so it can't fall off and let the glue set a little bit. And that's one hydraulic thingy for the big snippety snips. I kind of wanted, I don't know, it doesn't, it looks a bit flimsy, but you know, we'll make then another one in another style, I guess. Okay, and this needs to go in from this side, like there. Okay. And we will do this. Okay, that did not want to get on there. I need to hold it here. There's a bit of sticky green stuff there, which made the whole operation a bit harder. So let's grab the plastic bit instead, carefully, where it shouldn't get stuck so easily. I know you can't really see anything, but it's still getting stuck. It's got some glue on there now. Okay. Oh, it had green stuff and glue on there as well. I guess I will have to it's always easier to put things down on top of things. Okay. And that's sort of doable. Yeah. It's not exactly what I wanted though. I'm gonna move it around a bit. Here we go. Are we happy with that placement? We are happy enough for that placement, with that placement actually. Of course, this doesn't seem to want to be staying there, so I'm gonna have to try and adjust it. Sorry if I'm just out of focus and everything. I'm just trying to get this bit. There we go. Get that little bit. And then, as you can see on these cylinders, we have this flat metallic, this flat bit here that connects have an axis. Well, it doesn't have an axis through it, but it looks like it does. To connect these up, so we're going to need to cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 small metallic bits. They're not metallic, flat bits was the word. I mean, if this was being built by an orc somewhere in the universe, it's probably going to be metal, like big slabs of iron. So that's 4. Are they long enough though? Well, I guess they're going to have to be. I might have done them a bit short though. Yeah, they need to be a little bit longer actually. Well, we'll put them aside and use them for something else. Just score the plastic and it should break off easily. There we go. Okay, so we need it to be like that. Okay. We'll go for that, and we'll, before we keep on cutting, we could of course just dry fit this to see, or hold it up there. Yeah, that's gonna overlap both of them, so that's a pretty good size actually. And we need 8 of these then. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Here we go. And well, same as we have done so far. We're going to put a dab of blue there and there, and on the actual arm like that. And we're just going to put those on. And then there's going to be super small rivets, or well, I guess they look like rivets, but more like the end of an axis on an axle that's going straight through here, so it looks like it can bend. No, pad, you should not go to sleep. My pad is where I have the stream chat. So, and it wants to go to sleep after like half an hour or something. That bit was a bit too short, I think. Yeah, we didn't cut down that one to size. You see it comes on at an angle. I'm not sure I like that. So let's take you away. Let's wipe off that glue because we want to sand it or file this down a little bit later. But we'll let the glue there set and do the underside. Do we need to sand it on that side? No, it's also a bit wonky because one of the blades is a bit wonky, but that's fine. That is well within orky wonkiness according to me. And then we can do the same thing here with a little bit of water. You can actually get this lifted up. And you don't have to try and get your fingers inside everywhere there where all the glue is. There we go. Do the same thing on the front part here. Smearing on some glue with one of the toothpicks. Don't mix up your toothpicks when you do this, because that's gonna end up in sadness. Well, it can end up in a big sadness. And then I want to try. Wait, I need to let the glue dry down there maybe. To file down this one without pushing too hard, because I don't want to break things off here. If you remember this one, we actually cut off the edges of. Didn't do that on this one. And now I am suffering for that little mistake. At one point I was thinking of making all the little hoses for the hydraulics, but I'm not gonna. Maybe I'll put a little bit like going into the arm, and the main hydraulics are internal, just to add more detail. But that's a maybe. Well, it's not perfectly flush, but that doesn't have to be. It was just a little bit too big. And I think we are gonna be able to do this now. Yeah, it's a little bit at an angle, but that's fine. Here we go. 8 small rivet parts, and then any cabling and hosing done to do. But all the cabling and all the hoses and everything are going to be made, oh, excuse me, with green stuff, and that means we can't touch the model once we have with this kind of stuff once we have done that. So we're going to wait. I am not super duper 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 happy, but I'm also not unhappy with the results, so I'm going to keep it. And then these fade little parts, well, we can cut them into even smaller parts to make our rivets. And we got like 3 out of that one. We'll make you a bit smaller. Oh, and do the same thing again. Aim, put finger on, cut off. And we have 4 of them. And this is going to be 2 more, so it's going to be 6 of them. Because one of the bits from this one is going to be too small. Otherwise we will have 7 of them. Here we go. All in a bit of different sizes. Sculpting and posting about it. Well, have you posted it on the Instagrams? Then I am wondering why I'm not seeing the link to it. Because I want to see the room. And I think you should show it off. Show it, please. If you want to, it would be awesome. I would appreciate it. Yay! Instagramming's links. I shall in a moment click on that. I will not put it up on screen because, as I just mentioned, the chat is on a pad, so it's separated from the computer over there. But you can also click on this link. Loading, loading, loading. Oh, it's a little clip. Mushroom Hill, finished cut. That is very, 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 very cool. Very cool. That's 8 bits. Okay. And repeat the procedure. Oh wait, there's 8 on one side. There's actually 16. Oh wait, actually it doesn't need, no, it just needs on the pivot points. Yeah. So it's like there, 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 and there. That's because it doesn't need a rivet here because it's not going to pivot around this point. That's going to be a little more welded or stuck on. Oh. And the same procedure then on these bottom parts. We're going to change out our glue stick because it's getting to have a lot of dried glue on it, semi-dried glue on it, so it gets a bit mushy and annoying to deal with. Okay. I think we need to make another one of those then. So yeah, It's not quick work when you're building something from scratch, basically. But it's hell of a fun. One more snippety snips. Let's make it look a bit different. Because why not? Maybe we just make this a bit straighter blades. It's like more of a, and then we can make a tiny little bend at the front, or like a tiny little hook, just so they look a bit different. Because I'm pretty sure the orc that made the close combat weapon for anything did not do them super similar in most cases, even though our saws on this one is pretty similar. Okay, then we're gonna have to cut this a little bit more at an straight angle, like that. So, anybody else in the chat that's working on something cool or something artsy that you want to see? It can be sculpting, can be miniatures, it can be any sort of art. Feel free to do the sharing, because it's always cool to see other people's art. And if you don't want to, that is also okay. You should only do it if you really want to. And, well, let's cut it off like full length first, and then we can have a look at where we want the angle to be and how much. So I think we'll do like that. Oh, that small part is probably never going to be found again. Then we'll cut it like that, and we will glue it on like, oh gosh, this also needs to be cut at an angle. Gosh, that is very, very crooked though. We'll see how it turns out. I think we're gonna do like 2 of these and then 1 small hook, like in the at the bottom, like. Oh gosh, yeah, here we go. See, kind of like this claw on this guy. So it's like 2. These are the 2 moving parts, and there's like a stationary part. Here you can see, even on these, you have these hydraulic cylinders, and that's of course the power claw from the orc, one of the orc kits. Oops. Once this has this glue is cured properly, we're gonna fix this little edge up here and like make this look more like one bit than just 3 bits glued together. Okay, so we need 2 pretty long ones, and then we want 1 short one with a hook on it. I'm gonna end up for this project to use up all of my orky bits. I could have printed these plates, I guess, and, you know, sanded them and blah, 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 but I didn't really want to bother. I was thinking about making this. If I hadn't found the orc bits earlier this week, I would have printed some either finished weapons for these guys, or I would have printed like base shapes. So you can do that as well. And we're going to glue these together, and I will find, I need to grab the bits box again, I see, because I don't have any of these axes with this type of structure left in the pile. It's just a bunch of arms with sticks now, and a big axe, and I'm thinking about using the big axe for the 3rd claw part on this one. We just hold them together, and yeah, they went super wonky. And we need the pointy bit. I don't think I have any axes that look like that anymore in here. Oh yeah, I found one. I found one. I had one left. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's cut the blade off. Let's just even out the back side, and then we'll see. We're gonna need to cut you like that. We got 2 claws out of 3. Right, let's. I heard that. It just went. Yeah, it was the front part. I was a bit too violent with the knife. Oh, let's glue that back together again. Similar, but not the same, which is kind of what we're going. Whoa. I glued you together like ages ago now, it feels like. Okay, we might have to flatten down these surfaces a little bit then. Yeah, but we wanted them to look similar, but not like the carbon copies of things, because that's not what we're looking for here with the orkiness. being very quiet and focused, but so I can. And now I'm getting glue on my fingers. The eternal curse of the super glue. Here we go. One little color left, and I'm thinking we could use this, but I think I'm going to save it. I'm just going to use one of the other type of axes, and what I mean with other types is that these have these little lines along the whole edge, like they're very crudely cut, and then you have some that are not. We could also, because that's always an option as well, of course, is to make, even if you don't have a 3D printer, you can make things like this for yourself if you want to. If you take some kind of a plastic card, if we have something of a decent size, we can look through the plastic card bits box thingy here, because we don't want it to be too thin, but we also don't want it to be too thick. We want it to be about this, which is might be some leftover bits in here for that. You could also glue several layers together, of course, but that's the right thickness, but it's quite thin. Oh, there we go. Is that about it? Oh, that's about it. Let's take this part. We'll cut it at an angle like that, and then we can glue it back together once we have filed it down a bit, or cut it down a bit. And we can get that little claw shape, and we can simply cut the edge down like this. So I mean, you always have options, and if you don't have a bunch of plastic card or can't get it quickly, you want to do something now, you probably, if you have played Warhammer for a while, have sprues, and they have a specific size, but they can definitely be used to things like on this guy. No, he's not in camera yet. There we go. On this guy, these parts, these round bits here on the on his elbows, are cut off from a sprue, and they're the round bits from sprues. Yeah, if you got sprues with stuff on, you have plenty of these round things everywhere. You also have long bits of plastic that you can cut off and make different shapes from. So it's always a good thing to save. And now I'm going to have to start thinking about, yeah, let's put that aside. Let's make the rest of the structure for this so we know, because these are going to be side by side, and when they go together, the third blade is going to go in between here. And that means these should be distant from each other a bit. So we need to put this, we need to build like the hand structure, we need to build sort of this part, but we need to build it a bit bigger to fit all of this in. Tossing knives around. And these are gonna be attached kind of like this. They're gonna get stuck to this, and I'm thinking we could just put them on the side like this, and make the pivot go there, and make, because then we can make the third claw a part of this. Let's do like we did on the first ones. Let's cut off this inside corner. Round it off a bit, just because it's going to look better. The crunch is perfect. Anxiety distraction. Ooh. Well, that's nice. That's good. So these can basically, if we flatten them out a bit. Oh yeah, we were gonna file these on the back side here as well, especially over the where they are glued together, so they're smooth there, so you don't get like a weird bump, which will directly tell anyone looking at it that it's more than one piece glued together. So we're gonna sort of smooth that area out, at least on the top. And do that. And then we're going to glue this on and the other one on that side. Yeah, here we are. And hold it in place a little tiny bit. They are both a bit wonky to the same side. Oh, I don't like the way that looks so much. It looks pretty horrible. Will that show off a lot? A little bit, but not enough for me to worry about. Okay. I didn't like it and now I don't care. So if you look at it from the top here, but that's also like a hand forged blade that is made very crudely, so I guess it don't matter too much. And then we'll make put some more bits back, like fill out here this space a bit, maybe with a, yeah, breaking off all these sad boring surfaces. And this one needs to be yeah, but if you want to keep these things more durable, when you do things like this, you plastic glue, since the print is made from ABS, it's gonna work pretty well with that. And you can also pin things more to keep it together. I am well aware of how these are built, of course, so I'm not actually gonna bother with too much with that. The brush-on primer, yeah, I can bring one of the brush-on primer home. Absolutely. Trying to flatten this out. Let's have a look. Are they in here? Yes, they are. Oh. just gonna grab one of them primers right away and put it somewhere. I can actually put it in my pocket because, well, actually the backpack is here. I'll put it in the backpack right away because that's how I don't forget to bring things home. I put it in the backpack. Now we have that done. Let's make this surface a bit more flat. See how the angle is. That seems pretty good. But before we glue that together, because the plan is now to take this, cut it into a better shape, and then we're gonna sort of cut out a corner like so. Do I have a square file here? Oh, I don't want to go and get another file. Otherwise, using a square file would be obviously ideal if you want to square things off. And then this part is going to get glued on like so. And that's the static part of this claw. So 2 different claw models for these guys. Oh, this guy. Oh, hi Das. Very cool hair, thank you. It's also starting to, yeah, you can see here it's starting to, because it's a little bit too short to put it up. It just works barely, so I might have to redo that. How are you? How are you, Das? Oh, that's a bit too much though. That angle is a bit too much. I have a fix for that actually. You need to pick what recommended brand that dries. Are those Pro Acryls? Are those the ones that dry super matte? I don't remember. Because I know he likes his Pro Acryls. Yeah, I had a fix, but I fixed it the wrong way. I should have cut the other way. Okay, let's redo that one. And let's... Oh, we could have like a claw with a chainsaw. And okay, we can do a lot of things here. Thank you. Well, this is my normal haircut. Usually, because my hair is really poofy, so getting the hair off around your head is super nice. I have an idea, and this is just an experiment. What happens if we cut out a little bit of an angle like that, and we just bend this up? Yeah, that's Pro Acrylic. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I wanted to try those as well. Those are not cheap paints though. But yeah, I would also like to make more arty, modelly stuff, and I have some projects, but they're taking forever to finish, and you know, I'll get there. Then I just put them together like that and glue them together. And then we can, once it's completely cured, this glue, I can sand it down. I don't know if there's any European place that sells Pro Acryl, but I guess you have checked that out or will check that out because, well, that's your style. And then we can put this in like at an angle like that. Yes. There is? Oh, nice. Where can you buy them in the EU? Or do you not remember that right now and you have it like somewhere? Yeah, because I'm pretty happy with my Vallejos, but the ones that I have restocked on, some of them hasn't been as good as the one, so I don't know if they have a the problem of being consistently, I don't know. One of the reds that I bought is very, very watery and not covery at all like the reds usually have been. Still like it, but you know, I also want to branch out a bit there and try some of the other cool stuff in the world. Oh yeah, and then we'll glue that one in there. That's it. See, it was an easy fix. Instead of starting to model things yourself, using the bits that you already have could be very good. And we'll have a big, nice open claw that we're going to put on like that, but I want it to be a bit further out because this arm has been cut off a bit, so we're going to put a bit more plastic in between there. But it's also going to have hydraulics, so I'm not, I guess, yeah, I should have made a bigger plastic bit there. And since you're super quiet, I'm guessing that you're looking for it maybe. There's no rush though if you want to not do that right now. But maybe there's another painter in the chat that was like, what? There's Pro Acryls in Europe? Need to fix the angles here a little bit. The biggest problem with cutting with a knife like this is that or any knife, is that the blade of course is angled, so depending on what you're cutting it can behave a little bit mysteriously. See, okay. And then I'll take another one of those bits and put on the other side here, so we make it thicker, because there's going to be hydraulics from here to there. Oh no. What? Come on, glue. Stop being annoying. Oh, that's not horrible at all, actually. 750 crowns or so for 24 colors. That's absolutely not horrible. UK store, so okay. Firestorm Games or something, maybe, I don't know, one of the bigger sites. I don't know. It's not super important right now anyway, as I said, so unless somebody else wants to know, maybe, and we might be able to answer that, I guess. I don't want it flat like that. I want it at an angle. So I'm going to put like a round bit there. But first we need to get wait, can we use this one? It's not as thick, so no, we can't. So any funny Atlas news from the dark side front? If you're still around us? Are they making any progress? Are they ever gonna launch that server again? Not that I'm really, oh, let's not glue our glue palette to ourselves. Not that I'm actually super hyped about it right now, but I'm still curious because it's still, you know, fond memories and all that. This is a bit too small. That's a bit too big. Let's see if we have any other pipings goings that are big enough for a good size. What did I drop? Okay, I'll pick that up later. Is that is smaller. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, there we go. Is this too big? Yeah, it is. Gosh darn it. Gosh, 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 gosh. Ah, this might actually be quite good. Just one thing we can do. We can cut open one of these and we can insert it in here or put it around. We can, because it's just a round bit, it's going to look very, very boring. You might have noticed about now that I'm not a fan of big flat surfaces or flat boring surfaces. So that's basically going to be like his wrist, I guess. And that's going to go on there, because that gives us, and then if we attach the hydraulics to here and not to the back of the arm here, yeah, we're going to have ourselves some working stuff. Well, we're going to have ourselves some stuff that looks like it should work. Ish. It's going to look work enough. Yeah, probably going to do that on the other ones later when I make weapons. I'm going to cut off the arm and like build half the arm or something so it looks like it's more like that. And then is the question, of course, if I'm going to do some hydraulic things on that. But I think I want to paint that in before I actually do any hydraulics on this, because I kind of want to have one little hose going from, I mean, it should be two, but whatever. We'll put one and go into the arm like that. Lunchtime, lunch. Yeah, I ate a little bit before I started streaming, and then I'll have some real food afterwards, or I'll take a quick lunch break, a food break. That might actually be a good plan, to eat something before I get too hungry. Holding it on there. I kind of like how that turned out with that like angled angle of this weapon. Some hydraulic stuff to do there, maybe some hosing, and then he is done. But while he's drying, and well, I'm just gonna go and put something in the microwave, and then I'll come back and we'll do some of the small work on that guy, and then I'll take a short break and eat. All right, microwave is humming away, heating some stuff for me to eat. And I won't be eating on camera, so I'll take a short break in a little bit, in a few minutes. And then when I come back, there will be hydraulics work to do on this guy. Kind of wanted the hydraulics on top of this, basically, I think. We'll see how we'll do that. We'll dry fit it and see how that works out, everything. But yeah, you know, I'm just gonna go and turn off the sound. I'm gonna put up the Be Right Back screen, and I, well, obviously will be right back. And that was lunch. Well, afternoon snack, I guess. If you're still around, thank you for hanging around. If you popped in and while I was eating, that's why it was a be right back screen, because I felt like I needed to eat something before I continued. So let's finish off the hydraulics and stuff on that arm. And then, yeah, it's getting finished-ish, I guess. You lurk now? Okay, thank you for the lurk. I'll go to work and you can go to lurk. Yep. Okay, hydraulic cylinders building again. 2 of them. Thank you. Oh, I don't know if you heard that, because I was just asking, is there any news on the Atlas front? Specifically dark side Atlas front? A bit curious about how that's going. I haven't kept up at all, you know, but I'm guessing you might be keeping up a little bit on that subject. Oh, there's my green stuff. They're leaking about, but not really ETA. Okay, so maybe later. Soon TM and all that. It's a bit chilly in here. I didn't really think about it until I started playing around with the green stuff, because it's quite hard and it's cold. Said summer maybe. Man, they're taking their time. Well, I guess they have a lot of other things that's going as well, but, and you know, they have always done cool stuff, and they're literally changing quite a lot. Oh, they're waiting for new dev kit again, of course. Oh, we have done all this. Nope, we changed the game, and here's the new dev kit that you have to use. Like, okay, thank you. Well, let's hope they get a chance to do that. But it's also nice to know that I don't need to be in a rush to get any hype about it, so it's always that, I guess. And just like we did before, we're gonna fill up these little pipes that we are using for our hydraulic things with a little bit of green stuff, because they are a bit too big for the metallic rods. How long has it been now, though? It's been quite a long time. For them to get anywhere. It's almost at the point that they should just launch something, and then maybe remake it if they have to later. I don't know. It's a lot of work with all their mods and everything. Of course, if everything changes, they're gonna have to change it again, and yeah. So I guess I understand why it takes a long time, considering how the Atlas dev team and company and everything is working. Or, you know, not. I don't know if we're calling it working anymore, but yeah. Where are these going? Are they going on top there, or I don't know. Let's see. Let's cut off the bits. Let's cut off the bits that we are going to use. And before we cut off more bits, let's glue these in so that glue has time to set. And while that glue is setting, we can drill the little holes and fix the other bits. Gently, gently cutting or drilling. We don't want to punch our fingers with the drill bit. That is not a good plan to do. It's a good plan to not do. Well, I guess we should be happy that there's a new dev kit and they're actually making some development for the actual game. Then again, if they didn't and they just scrapped the whole thing, I guess Darkside could just launch the server with the current version and do all their mods and everything to fix everything that's broken. I don't know. Well, we'll see in the future. Oh, this one wasn't really stuck in very well. Wonky and wobbly. That's okay. And stuck to my finger. Again. Okay, and that one was stuck to the table, okay? That was definitely 100% not the plan. How are you sticky? You were just dry and on the table. You silly little piece of plastic. Right. And let's drill the little hole in this one. It is quite exciting to see him coming to be almost finished. But I do want to put some cables. I might not actually put any hanging cables, but the green stuff needs to dry before we can put any primer or paint on him anyway, so it's definitely not getting painted today. And one would think this, like the last few details, would go faster, but the further you get along in a project like this, the longer it takes. Simply because you're doing so many small fiddly bits that you have to deal with the whole time. Some glue at the end and pop that on there. And they're about the same length, so that's good. Let's let that set for a bit. Actually, we can take the first one and we can dry fit it. So I was thinking about putting it like on top here, but then it's still gonna end up pretty far back. Maybe we need to. Maybe we should have made even smaller hydraulics. We can put it down there though, because it's going to pivot like around here. Oh yeah, we need to put like a pivot point. No, it needs to be on top of there. Oh my lord. Yeah. It needs to be like there. Okay, so this this bit with the hole in, drilled into it, it should have been wider, I think. No, it doesn't. We can solve this. we can do the other thing. We can solve this another way by taking a piece of plastic card like so. So you're still on are you still on one of the other Atlas servers then? Or are you just playing other stuff right now? We're going to put like this here. Yeah, right on top there. That's going to be good. Genshin Impact. I have no idea what that is. It does not sound familiar to me at all. No, that's not where it's going. It's going on this part, Pixel. Come on. Keep up with yourself, Pixel. Keep up with yourself and what you're doing. Okay, I could actually reach in there. I didn't really need to have the tweezer for that one. Fantasy action RPG. All right. And now I know a little bit about it. I know what kind of genre it is. Ooh, I have learned something today. And a day that you have learned something on is never a complete waste, because you have learned something. Here we go. Like Final Fantasy, but prettier. Okay. Oh, that's nice. And then this will go on the side like that. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Everything is fine, says the doggo in the burning house. Okay. One hydraulic thingy on the claw, and then we'll do another one on the other side, of course. But yeah, one cable. Oh, you can have a cable go from just there to here. Yeah, and then well, a hose, I guess, like a double hose, go that, and then kind of double. Can have them go that way as well. Because I do want some hose for the hydraulics, just because it would look more like proper hydraulics if you do. I don't know if everybody would think about that, but I would. That's enough for me. Once again, I think this is place where I actually don't need the tweezers too much to glue things on. Unless, of course, I manage to get glue all over my fingers everywhere, because then it won't work anyway. And then I pressed on the wrong bit, so that came loose. Of course. I'm not really having my head in the game here, it feels like. Well, we'll fix this. I mean, we just glued it on, so we know how to... obviously know how to glue it on. Then we just have to keep our mittens of it for a bit. Actually, it kind of worked to my advantage, because I could even it out a bit. There we go. Hydraulics. You've seen commercials for the game. Oh. That glue cure properly. But yeah, these parts I just don't like. I mean, I don't really like this white part, but it makes it look better than this. Slightly slimy throat. Okay, let's fix all those boring flat areas by adding some plates there. Maybe some rivets on the plates later on then. But they're also not squared arms. Maybe I should have just made them straight arms, because the arms are actually sort of drop shaped. They're smaller in this end than that end. We could, oh wait, we're going to put some hoses from these hydraulics. Yeah. Drink some water maybe. So this arm is too flat and that arm is too flat, but we'll put some cables to power the saws or something. And that should work out. So I think it's time to make some cables and hoses. We're going to do quite a bit of green stuff. Because even if we don't use it all, we can just make hoses and save them with the other green stuff, hoses and stuff. Yeah, and if they're not costing that much, I mean, I'm definitely, because I have been wanting to try those for a while, so that is definitely something I'm going to aim for too. In the end, some water with our green stuff. I would turn on the heater, because their radiator is not like freezing in here, but it's a little bit chilly. But that fan makes too much noise, I think, to have on stream, so... And then there's some metallic colors that Brush usually talks about as well, that I don't remember what they're called, but that's also a color that I want to try, because they're really good metallics apparently. Mixing your green stuff by rolling it in your hands like this makes it warm, which makes it more malleable, so it's easier to work with. You want some of my green stuff? Yeah, I'll cut off some small bits of it. I'll cut off some bits, because I mean, it goes a long way, unless you're starting to build whole models with it. So I'll cut some of that off as well. I'll bring that home, of course. I mean, we could do some hoses and stuff from like thin metallic wire, because that means it's more stable actually, probably. But bending that into the right shape can be quite tricky from time to time. So we're doing it with some green stuff. 2-part epoxy sculpey thing. I don't really know what it's made of, to be honest. Yeah, it's a blue, as you saw, it's a blue and a yellow bit that you mix, and it starts to cure. It takes hours to cure though, so you have a long working time with this. And we're making some really small hose to put on these. Oh, I should we had a thin. Oh, I guess we could use this, because I kind of want to have like a mount, so the don't just glue the cable to that. I want to do, yeah, like this. You have a round bit where the cable goes in and comes out. Looks like it's mounted to something. It's just not a random thing. The question is, do I have any and enough? Yes, like this. This is perfect. Could we glue that on there? I could just sculpt a little blob or something as well, I suppose. But yeah, here too. And I think we're going to do some sculpting with that instead, because this is just, it's going to take up way too much space. It's not tight enough. So we'll start with putting the hoses in place, and then once this has cured, so that will be next week, because I only work on this project on stream, because that's what this stream is about, this project, and I don't want to like jump over things and then have to explain things to people, and like people feel like, oh wait, I missed something. Oh yeah, I worked on the whole week. I didn't show you that part, so I'll show this part, because I want people to be able to see this from the start. The next one, these don't really want to sit there, do they? Okay, let's do the trick, because it's quite the problem with putting on a pipe like this is that you have a very small contact surface. Just filing away the dry glue on the plastic part here. Now, so what we're going to do is that we're going to plug this pipe up like that with some green stuff. And it's going to take a while for this to set. As I mentioned, it takes a while. But once this is set, it's going to be like a solid bottom for it. Because these pipes seem to be very easy for me to just smack when I move around. So let's have that. I don't know, we should put some small rivets on end of this as well. But we'll, now that we have started with the green stuff, let's continue with that. All right, so the plan is to glue this down in one end and then have it go to the cylinder here. And I'm not sure if this is thin enough yet. So yeah, we're making a really, really thin roll of green stuff here. Enough glue there. Let's add some. Yes, you can take pictures with the yes. Yeah, what's the sensation? Oh, and the color, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, absolutely. We're gonna add a dab of glue there, and we're gonna cut off the end so it's not so thin. Yeah, that's a pretty decent way to test coloring. And it's not going to be this long, but I'm going to glue it in place, and then we're going to just put a tiny little bit of glue where we want it on the cylinder. And then we're going to put it over there, and once that is cured, we're going to cut it off there. And we can go and get some sculpting tools if we want to, but we can also just go in and reshape this as we want to with a toothpick, because now it's sort of dried in both ends. And then we will carefully cut this bit off. One hose of a million or so. Oh, this slided over. I guess we can. I wasn't planning for these to cross each other, but considering it actually did move a bit. Oh. Here we go. I guess we're gonna do that now. And just carefully move it around, because we want to get it into sort of a shape, but we don't want it to be deformed. That means it's kind of dark green, and I did take a little bit more blue than yellow, mixing it, and that's because the more blue, the darker it gets, and the darker it gets, the harder it gets. Which means if it's super soft and malleable, and you start moving it around, you're gonna have like dents in it. And I don't want that. Oh no, I'm cutting where I glued it. I wanted to cut just after I glued it, because now there's a bit at the end here that has glue on it. So we'll just remove that and put it on the table over there. And then we can either leave it like this, or we can sculpt like a cover for this so it looks like this stuck in there. We'll see how it looks once we're getting there. We're basically just gonna go through all of this now and do the same thing everywhere. If you're really light-handed, you can lift them up and do this with a tweezer. Actually, I think I'm gonna could not do that, because that got a mark in it right away. We're gonna remove that glue. We're gonna remove this glue palette. We're gonna take a new one of those for glue palette, and we're gonna take out some super glue like this instead, because this is much more viscous, and so it's really runny, and it cures more like super attack glue. It's not the super attack glue, but it's more like that. So if I carefully, you see I don't get as much glue as all with this, but that's okay. I don't want a lot of glue. That's a little bit much glue actually. We can do that. It doesn't really want to do what I want it to do. And I can hopefully hold it in place here, and then that should cure very quickly. And there we go. I'm gonna go and get a sculpting tool instead now. Oh, toothpicks are fine, but since I have like a drawer full of sculpting tools, it feels a little bit unnecessary to not be using it. food. Let's bring one of my own as well. For those who are much into sculpting and things, this might be the holy grail. The old version of GW sculpting tools. I don't know why they did not just continue making this forever, because this is one of the best sculpting tools out there. The size and everything is just fantastic. And there's a lot of people that think that, but you can't buy them anymore because they changed their designs. I will just bend it like that. Let the glue cure. And then we can flatten it down. And these get rigid once they are dry. So you don't have to glue it all the way around if you don't want to. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But you really don't have to. Oh yeah, I'm so happy with doing it this way. I was thinking about having a lot of hanging cables, and it's just annoying to paint, and you basically have to paint everything and then put the whole cabling on and stuff. This is just going to be, because it's going to add depth as well. I do mention this quite a lot, but it's I think it's a super important thing to think about when you're doing any sort of modeling, not to just have an uninteresting thing coming. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's getting there. We're down to the final detail now in green stuffing the hoses and cabling and everything. So we're just rolling those tiny little worms, adding some green stuff hosing. Oh, I'm so looking forward to next week when I'm gonna paint this guy. That's gonna be super fun. I'm gonna prime him off screen, I'm pretty sure, because I don't want to have to move the whole setup. It's not super hard to move the setup into the painting room, but I have a special room for spray painting and stuff. Yeah, same here. It's gonna be fantastic. And then the next guy, so we're gonna, what time it was? 4 o'clock. Yeah, we have a good couple of hours or so to go. So probably gonna get started on weapons for this. Maybe the melee weapons. Maybe we'll build some big shooters for him, because that's what he's gonna have. And I was thinking about building them so I could magnetize them, like, since all the black parts are printed, I could just print them with sockets for magnets, but I didn't really want to do that. So if I want something with another weapon configuration, I'll just print and build that too, And this armor list, to expand it, for the next 1,000 points to the more standard 2,000 points, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna add some bigger walking thingies like mecha dreads, I'm working out, most likely, so my poor little Big Mac has something to ride in when he goes into battle with his monstrous machines. Adding a bit of glue, gently grabbing the rolled green stuff thingy. I will need to hold it in place for just a little bit, maybe a little bit longer, because green stuff is kind of sticky and it likes to stick to your fingers. So this is where super glue is really, really helpful. I did bring the sculpting tools, but just gently manipulating it like this is the glue dried or no? It's still wet. Just manipulating it carefully like this. I'm gonna go with a toothpick because it's just simpler, because sculpting tools are a little bit big. Oh. Yeah, they do. It's like any smoke machine will generate heat, so that's gonna be problematic. You can make a smaller version. It's still gonna be hot, but would be a better option to build one yourself, from an e-cigarette like a vape. Because I see a lot of people doing that for cosplay. They use custom vape, or they buy vape parts, just the heating element and stuff, and make small smoke machines for cosplaying. But yeah, they will generate heat no matter what, so that's a thing to consider. Absolutely. I think we're gonna put some glue like here. Otherwise, yes, that will be well. Sorry, no horse throwing in here. What kind of barbarian stream do you think this is? Actually, I'm gonna make a horse one later. I know, but I'm not writing in chat, Bone Shooter, you know? So then somebody else comes and runs throwing horses, and it feels like that's my thing. I want to be the horse thrower. But yeah, no, I'm actually working on a list of commands I'm gonna make, so there will be a horse command. I did change that command. Did you see that? Did you see that? SO worked. And Thea, you don't have to write shout out anymore. I actually remembered to fix that. So I'll make it up to you later, Bone Shooter, and you can throw all the horses you want later, like next week. Yeah, model train things, stuff like that are super expensive. That is true as well. Oh, yeah, did a classic little mistake with the green stuff here. I kind of squished it a bit. I probably held it there when I tried to manipulate this one. But yeah, we'll do a horse thing. I actually thought about this yesterday, but I didn't do it because I have a plan. And thank you for giving Bone Shooter a shout out. If you are streaming, let us know. We'll give you a shout out. If you are new to streaming and you need some followers, let us know. We're not a bunch of people here, but you know, if we can help you, people starting out, that's awesome. Helping other people is cool. So how are you, Bone Shooter? Everything good? Oh yeah, and this is so close now. It's just like the detailing. We're gonna put some caps on the ends of these hoses when the green stuff is cured, and then we're just like there. And the next stream next week, in a week's time or so, we're gonna paint these. I'm gonna get to paint these in my favorite color of orky yellow. It's gonna be awesome. It's not too flattened, I hope. We'll see when it cures how it looks. Life's good. I was messing around with my D&D campaign. Oh yeah. You're doing D&D campaigns. I had actually almost forgotten that, but I don't know how I would have forgotten that actually. Just haven't thought about it today, I guess. Because I've seen you put D&D minutes on Instagram all the time. Not that I look at Instagram as much as I could, I guess. But yeah. But life is good. That's good. Good to hear. It's always nice when life is good, especially for the good people of the world. Actually, I wish if everybody had a good life, I think everything would be just better. But you know. Yeah, and then we'll put some more hoses somewhere along the body as well, just to make it pop a bit more. Because now the arms are starting. This is, yeah. And yeah, I'll have to figure out what to do. Some bigger electrical hoses maybe on there. Well, not hoses actually. More like cables. These are more like hoses because these are for the hydraulics. So the hose for oil in this case. I wonder if orcs actually have oils in their hydraulics, or if they just build like fake cylinders just because that's how they saw something work. Because you know that's the orky way for you. Does that make orcs in 40k like the most zealous religious fanatic race, because they believe it so much that it actually works. I mean, they have a faith that they in things, which is based on that orc and mork thinks that's, yeah. Never really thought about the orcs as that religious, but when you think about it, they always go orc and mork and gork and mork and stuff, and yeah. They're pretty zealous, actually. Much more than you would think. But then again, what is not in Warhammer 40k? I guess Tyranids? Nids are not very religious. Orcs are definitely. Tau aren't religious, they're more like philosophy. They more have a philosophy, I guess. But orcs are very zealous. Every Space Marine, Sister Battle and everything, all the chaos things are just because of gods. Eldar have their gods, even though some of them don't like their gods, and some of, yeah. Yeah, but they are like religious, but no, they're not religious. They're zealous. They don't have a religion, so because they don't build church. And I mean, the literal word, what religious means is God-fearing, and they're orcs. So yeah, no, I think you're actually onto something there. Religious is not the actual. It's similar, but it's not actually like we're fanatically, because religious fanatics tends to want to convert you. Actually, religion is mostly like you should, if we're talking about zealous fanatics, it's like my religion is right, you are wrong, you should convert. So that's a lot of chaos and Imperium Man. But orcs aren't actually religious either. When we start to boil down to it, they have gods, but and they built like monuments for their gods, but they don't. And I mean, they don't go around like, "Oi, Yumi, you should come and listen to Gork," because they're just gonna hit you over the head and then it's done. They want to convert you into an MP3. Well, probably more like an old parchment thingy than something as modern as digital files. You don't know so much about? Well, Age of Sigmar I have, which is a continuation of Warhammer Fantasy, I don't know much about. I do know a bunch of old Warhammer lore and a fair amount of 40k lore because I played those games quite a lot. And I thought the lore was the... Yeah, exactly. Or just want to convert it too much. Yep, that's it. I mean, because you can't really talk them out of it, because either you're strong and it's going to be a good fight, or you're just weak and they just headbutt you and move on because you were boring. So yeah, maybe not so. They could be interpreted as religious, but I don't think, because I don't think they try to convert anybody, because you're not green enough if you're not an orc anyway. So why would you? They want to convert you into their beliefs. And also from an orc standpoint, or any standpoint, they don't have a belief, because beliefs are usually like... Actually, that would go for chaos as well, because their gods are real. Let's in this universe, the chaos gods are real. The emperor has been real, at least. The Eldar / Dark Eldar gods are real or dead or whatever. The gods of the those closest gods in a way from the Necron point are actually existing. So these are. So I don't know if they are gods at all. People just interpret them, because we know that the Emperor didn't want his Space Marines, to worship him. He wanted them to be soldiers and devoted and loyal, but he didn't want them to be fanatic and religious. That's why the word bearers got sick of him and turned to chaos. because they were sitting and moping because Daddy didn't want them to worship him. And then the Chaos God said, "Hey, you can worship us all you want." And they went like, "Okay." And then Emperor's plan went to hell. Also, they waited until they destroyed it. Yeah. Yeah. I miss the old world. I understand why they changed the game. Honestly, I understand why Games Workshop changed the game. Well, there were several reasons. One of the reasons was, however, it was super expensive to get into because you needed like a sizable force. So it was expensive, and it kind of, oh, I have to paint 100 models now. I don't want to, sort of thing. So they wanted it to go into more of a skirmishy game, which I get. It's good from the game's point of view. It's good for marketing and trying to get their product out. They also wanted to change everything because there's no orcs anymore in fantasy. They're orc, which is a word nobody has heard before, I think, and that means Games Workshop owns that name now. Yeah, Games Workshop is very, very fond of their copyrights. Yeah, and they literally removed Britannia. I will never forgive you for that, Games Workshop, never. There's some old hammer talk about they're bringing back Bretonians somehow, somewhere, and if they're going to do a reboot of the old game somehow, and there's a lot of things like that going on. But I loved Bretonians. So I didn't not get into Age of Sigmar because I didn't want to play a new game. I did not go into Age of Sigmar because the army that I most of all wanted to keep playing basically went out of existence. So yeah. That's how that was. And I had stopped playing 40k for a long time before that because we were basically playing Warhammer Fantasy, and when that went sort of down the drain, we started playing War Machine and Hordes, and then that went into Mark III, and people didn't really like that, at least not at the start, so that turned out to be another game that we just sort of stopped playing for a bit. Okay, so how we're going to do this then? We're going to put it from there, and then it's going to just hang here. It doesn't matter if it looks like it's... Huh? Yeah, it does. Yeah, you're not wrong. But, from the country that gave you Games Workshop, that crashed their own game and one of the best armies that they have made, we present to you Brexit. Yeah. Maybe that's something they need to reconsider in life or something. I don't know. We'll see. I'm getting back into 40k slowly here. I'm happy with that. Orcs are awesome. It doesn't matter which universe you go to in the Warhammer universe. Orcs are always going to be awesome. And they have, of course, if you play Age of Sigmar, you still can play like Night Goblin stuff, which is awesome. And if you play Blood Bowl, you can play Goblins, which are awesome, and Nurgle stuff. Oh my god, all the new Death Guard things. I'm sitting here orking, and if I had money, I'd just buy all the Death Guard stuff now. I love Nurgle stuff. And the new stuff looks so cool. A little dab of glue. Well, yeah, they actually do look pretty cool. You are right about that. No, and it made sense because Warhammer Fantasy was in decline. Because people was like, I'm not going to spend this money to start playing a new game. I mean, that's why you're having like 40k. You have the Combat Patrol. That's a good, so you just buy a box. You start and you can test the game, and if you don't want it, yeah, you have spent some money, but you haven't spent a fortune. So I think there's a sound business to it. I just don't like that they killed off Britannia. They also had some of the coolest plastic models, which still was a pretty old models. They were pretty old models, but still looked really cool. Nope, I don't like this. Do not approve. Remake. Get rid of some excess glue. This green stuff has glue in it, so yeah, I mean, wouldn't have many of the new model thingies as well. Oh yeah, and I absolutely, because that was a thing. When you had people that had played the game before, and they were like, "I'm thinking about getting into fantasy." People I know that have played fantasy before, and they were like, "But I'm not gonna get back in. I don't know if I think it's funny. Can I borrow an army? Can I try the game, please?" So it's not super smart at that time. But at that time, before Age of Sigmar, there was a time when Games Workshop didn't even have a Facebook page, because they got so much trash on there from people. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, Warhammer Fantasy started out as a role-playing game. And then they were like, we should make like little tin soldiers so people can represent their heroes and some monsters. And then people liked these models so much, so they just bought of them, and they literally created Warhammer Fantasy out of the need from the public that had bought so many models from them. Because that wasn't, they didn't plan on making a miniature war game thingy, which wasn't even a thing at the time. But they had a meeting, literally. This is documented happening. They had a meeting where they basically sat down and said to some people, "Hey, make us a game that so people can use all the models that they bought from us," because people had armies before the game even existed from Warhammer Fantasy, because they liked it so much. And well, that's, considering the company is still around, one of the biggest model companies, like miniature model companies in the world, that's a success story if nothing. So I'm good. I'm actually pretty glad that they're still around. Oh my, yeah, yeah. But one of the problems I think they faced, and this has happened to Privateer Press a little bit as well, I think, when they expanded Hordes, War Machine and Hordes, in the second edition of that game, because it expanded explosively. People were tired, people were sick of Games Workshop and their old philosophies about things, and somebody made a new game with robots, with big freaking steampunk robots with magical brains and stuff. And people loved it, and then they grew. And when you need to expand, you need money. And if you can't have money, you can either borrow or you can get investors. The problem with getting people investors is that they have demands on how much money and how you would price things in the end. And I think that happens when you grow too fast. There's another interesting example of that has nothing to do with miniature gaming, but there is a company in Sweden that makes a, well, I'm not going to call it a milk substitute, but they make an oatmeal beverage, which is basically like, yeah, you don't need to have drink milk, you can drink this. Good stuff. They had a good philosophy. They exploded as well, got investors, and then one of their investors was like, involved with some slightly fishy arms dealer people thingy company in the United States, and people went like, we thought you were a company for the people doing smart things, but they needed the money, and the people with a lot of money usually don't really care about the people, they care about the money. So they took a bit of a lash for that, but to each their own. Me, I'm just gonna go to Waaagh. Yeah, actually, yeah. They should have at least one. They could have like a special character at least or something. Yeah, give us more steampunk robots. Steampunk robots. Dwarven steampunk robots. Come on. Metallic beards and all. That would be awesome. Oh yeah, we have we actually have some hydraulics on the legs. Let's not forget those. But first, let's figure out where so we're gonna do short cables on the over the top there. Yeah, let's do that instead. I think that's gonna be a better plan. It's also very easy for us to sit here and go like they did this wrong, and we have no idea what they really did at any point. It's just like we're just our personal ideas about things. But you know, those are okay too. Stop dropping your green stuffy thing. Here we go. Dwarven Steampunk Sky Pirate Dreadnoughts. Yep. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. That is not a sentence that gets worse in any way over time. Oh, you know what? I could move this to... No. No, 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 no. Well, I can, but I'm not gonna. We're gonna let you get set up there, and then we can stretch it and pull it a little bit as we want to. Let's put on the other one. Let's try and not grab any of the other arms and squeeze something. This is the danger of working with green stuff like this on many different places on a single model. No, that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get attached to the glue. Here we go. Come on, glue, glue, glue. Nope. It's too short. It's better if you have a long bit, because then you can hold on to it. Oh, no worries. Thank you for hanging around. Yeah, see you later. I hope you will be back. Thanks for hanging around and keeping me company and keeping us company. You're gonna play some Guild Wars now and leaving the stream. Oh my god. You do that. Have fun. Yeah, sometimes real life calls you in the shape of kids, cats, or fire alarms or whatever. Or just some things that you have to do before the day is done. That is okay. That is absolutely okay. Let's roll, 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 roll. Cut off the end, make it a bit smooth Renos. Gonna have to... Oh yeah, we're gonna fix this up like that. Okay, here we go. Cables, cable. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put something on the end of this. I'm not really sure what yet. I just got an idea. We'll get this, all of the things that we do know about done. But I just got an idea that I'm gonna want to try. The question is, can I do it while that is not completely cured green stuff? Well, we have a bit of problem solving what we're going to do for cables. Put some cables from there, maybe? We'll see. We'll see. Let that cure a bit. Holding onto something at a specific angles, trying to pick up glue at the same time. Why would I make life easy for myself, you know? Just rounding off the edge here so it doesn't look like we cut it off with a knife so much. Not touching any of the arms. Constantly trying, at least, to be mindful of that. And those are all the arm hydraulics. There is the one that I did squeeze a little bit earlier, but I think it's going to be okay. Okay, so what happens? There's two, yeah, because I'm thinking about, you know how, yeah, making it easy for yourself is, yeah, that's not fun. Actually, it's super fun, but sometimes you just, I mean, sometimes, especially when it comes to art, there is a specific thing that you're after, and then you're going to have to do what you have to do to get that done. That's not always the easiest way. Maybe that's the true pain is art. Pain is art, or art is pain. The fact that you can't do things the easiest way to get, because you're the result is the important part, how it looks in the end, and that means you're going to have to squish and re-squish and fix your green stuff a million times, sometimes. Okay, so my plan, because, okay, I'm gonna grab a pad, and let's see if I have a pen here. No, I need to go. Oh, wait, there we go. Is that a working pen? That is not a working pen. I think I need to go through and sort through all my pens. There we go. So instead of trying to explain, I'm going to do something that I claim that I like, and I'm going to use a visualize. So I'm going to have a pad. Can you actually see anything in this weird camera? No. This light, I have to do something with lights in here. I'm going to have to fix something. Okay. So basically I would like, here's the cable, like something like that, maybe metallic there, and the cable is a little bit smaller, but I want some kind of a connector. So I was thinking I should take a small thin plastic card pipe and cut off a little bit, and then, because if you take this into the green stuff and you go like squish, you get like a little knob in the middle. So if I cut off a piece of this, it should make a semicircle, and then I place a bit of green stuff over these hoses and I squeeze it in. We're gonna see if I can do that, but I'm gonna have to wait for the green stuff to dry completely before I can do that anyway. So that if that's gonna work or not, that question is kind of moot, because it's not gonna happen today. Yeah, that's this problem-solving thingy going off in all directions. But a lot of custom building does include in the end building custom tools. Sculpting in the general basically it's a good thing to be able to make some tools. I made some smallish sculpting tools with a little bit of a bent end and a flat little thing for sculpting here. It's actually made from this metal thread. It is just hammered into shape. and then there is some clay around it. That is an oven baked clay. I think it's that's gray, so that's probably super sculpty, I would say. And yeah, and I have. Oh yeah, do I have a tool that I can use here maybe? Here we go. The secret plastic cards. No, but oh, they're so bright. So this is carved into shape, and there's actually a indent here. It's like a hole, a little pit here, and on that side it's just like a screwdriver mostly. Here we have another one. I have some green stuff I can just show you. So if you do this, it's a bit out of focus because I don't have autofocus on, because autofocus sucks on this camera. And then you take this little other, oh actually let's use this tool. Looks like a little oval shapes, and then you can take the screwdriver looking side and go between them, and you cut yourself some stitching, or maybe some kind of yeah, some sort of touch. You can see it's like stitching going that way. So that's tool specially made. I have one to make super small rivets, which like make just like a countersunk rivets basically into whatever clay you're working on. So these little bits, so I don't accidentally use them up as material, are stored in their own little tool bag. So something like that is probably what I'm gonna try and make. Let's put these on the legs, and then I'm gonna have to figure out for the saw hands. I'll do a quick test of I'll do a tool, quickly make one of those little tools that I'm planning on doing, and we'll give it a quick test to see how it turns out. Good detailing is key. Should put a couple of rivets on here so these are not super flat either actually. Yeah, basically when I'm just sitting here doing things and I'm starting to talk and rant on like that, that's just my thought process being verbalized. That's what's going on in my head when I do things and try to solve problems and try to figure out things and so on. Still trying to not accidentally grab any of the arms where there's green stuff curing, of course. Why are you stuck all the way down this cylinder now? Oh, the glue sort of transported down. That wasn't the plan. Okay. Well, we're gonna change the plan then. Come on, pick up some more glue. Do we need to put more glue on here? Yeah. Looks like. Well, if I didn't want to talk about it, it would be pretty useless streaming, basically. And if anybody can learn from whatever, because everybody works differently, but if something resonates with somebody and they can like figure something out and make their life or whatever a little bit easier, that's just awesome. One of the true great pleasures in life is to be able to help or influence somebody in a positive way. and make people have more positive experiences. It's yeah, it's one of the greater things in life to be able to share things like that. Oh, come on, get off, get off. But also to glue your fingers together on stream so people see that they're not alone in gluing their fingers together. I mean, that works as well. Gets people to realize that that happens to everybody, because sooner or later you're going to get glue on your fingers. That's just how it is. Yeah, exactly. That's I don't want to. I have no illusions of being able to live just from streaming, because I don't have a computer to play the latest cool games with, because that's where the big money is when it comes to streaming, for the most part. But because I'm going to do this anyway, and if I can bring some people in on this or help people along somehow with it, it's just an added good bonus. And also, sitting in the workshop alone can be very, very nice, but it's also sometimes not so nice. Sometimes you want company. Now I got it. I got some people for company. Yes, I am totally using you all for my own nefarious company purposes. Mwahaha. The evil that is me. No, I dropped it. I dropped it. Okay. Yeah, and I was thinking about making some, tooltip thingies like if put on my YouTube, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. And I don't know. I like the live thing. I like the interaction while it's going on. I mean, social media can be great. I mean, I like Instagram for posting stuff and getting people to comment and things like that. And it's also practical when you live on a planet with a bunch of time zones to be able to interact over days and weeks. But I don't know. Maybe because I have worked in radio, and maybe because I spent 15 years in tourism. Oh God, my pad it was too quick for me this time. So it closed down. Yay, I'm still in the chat. Whoa. So maybe it's a bit of a habit, or maybe I liked those jobs because they are interactive. Come on, super glue. What is wrong with you? So either I have learned to appreciate it, or I have done those jobs because I enjoy this bit. Also, when you're live broadcasting, even if people write in chat, you don't get interrupted so much anyway. So you can just ramble on. But then again, people, if you ramble on about too much uninteresting things and just go nutty nut, it might also be the fact that you don't get any more viewers because people get tired of you. So there is a balance in that as well. Sorry if I bounce in and out of camera from the time to time. I just need to get some good angles to glue things on. Yeah, I do too. Especially when I get started, I just keep going and then as my brain works through things, I start to work through the next thing, and I'm just going to keep on talking about that. So it goes like, oh, you can put this on with this glue, and then you can do this, and this glue was invented because of this, and talking about inventions, and then we're like 20 minutes in and we're talking about soup instead. So as they say, one thing leads to another. But I guess if you can keep it interesting, it doesn't really matter that in that case. Okay, so we have, except for the saw arms, which you want some cables of some kind. And we might just take some already made cable thingies and put there, just so it doesn't look the same. I don't know. We're not gonna put them on fresh though, but we can roll some of them out. Just bringing out, let's take the smaller one of the rollers. And roll out a bit of and we want them to go from there to there. We might put some, yeah, because these we can put on, make now, put on next week, because if it's cured when we glue them in place, we can just glue them on and then get the painting anyway. I rippled little cable. Let's put it away over here. There we go. Make a couple of those. Yeah, that's gonna be enough. Okay, let's see if this tool idea I had will work. If we have a good rod of some kind. Is this too big? We'll just test it right here on the cutting mat. Because if I do this with a pipe, we're gonna get like a round little thing left, and that's not what we want. So if we do that, then we take this and we are cutting off like a little section. I don't know if you're ever gonna see that. And now if I do this, it's like a horseshoe shape. So if this is bigger but solid, yeah, okay. I think we're onto something here. Food is good. Food is good. So let's drill into this like so. I don't think we can go too deep because the size of this hole doesn't really matter. We should drill in from the side as well, actually. Oh, there we go. Quickly done. So if I push this down into green stuff now, it will. Yeah, that's seems like a decent way. Let's take one of our little green stuff thingies that we have already made. And we need to glue this onto something. So this is a test for this tool idea I have. And we'll see if that actually works out the way I want to or not. And that means we're going to take a bit of green stuff. This is leftover green stuff that has cured like a year ago or so, whatever. And then I just put it aside. Actually, we're going to cut it like that. We're going to glue it onto there. We're going to see that this will fit over there and then some. Yeah, but as soon as the economy allows it, I'm going to buy some LED strips and build me some good lighting. Is this going to fit over there? No, not like I want it. This might be a tool I want to print in the end, so I don't have to try and make it this. Yeah, but this is a proof of concept test. Don't know if I want to make this for this, these parts for this guy, because that means I have to do the green stuff next week. And you know, no, we don't want to do that. We want to paint next week. Okay, we put a dab. What? Why on earth are you not stuck to this piece of plastic with the super glue? Oh me, no me, no me. Hey, can you please? You're the quick drying super glue. Gosh darn it, can you just do it? Nope, apparently not. I guess the dried green stuff is too smooth, so we will sand it a bit then. And the glue has something to grip. Of course, if I do this and it seems to be working great, and I print that little tool like this and it works super good, I'm gonna have to do it, because that's gonna, I mean, I'm not gonna pass up an opportunity making a good detail just because it doesn't fit with my original plan. Come on, glue. Do I need to sand this? Where's this plastic? What's going on? I don't know what's going on anymore. I am super confused. Super glue apparently doesn't work, which is weird because it's been working all day. All right, it's time for some helpful things. Like, hey, super glue universal activator. Spray that a little bit with that off camera. And that's now properly stuck on there. Just waiting for the rest of that to evaporate. Okay, so one dab of green stuff on top of this. And then we take the tool bit and we squeeze it around. Well, you need to reshape this bottom part a bit, but it may basically, can we even see that on camera? Yeah, it basically made cover over like that. It looks like a pretty convincing. If this was a bit rounder, it looks like a pretty good. I don't know what this part would be called. I mean, this is a part that exists in real life. It's some sort of a cover for where the cable goes in, or the hose goes in this case. But basically, you press that out, it turns slightly roundish. Welcome back. And yeah, you can see from the side here now how this covers the top part of the hose, and it goes all around it, and it's like a round piece around it. But I have to make a much smaller one for these, so I don't think it's going to be a good idea for these roboty guys. Which is a good thing, because that means we're probably going to be able to start do some painting on this. And that of course depends on how we want to do the cables for the saw arms. I also want to put something on the feet, some bits somewhere, so it doesn't look so like a flat bit like that. Do we have any good cable packages or something in here? Because these are a bit too like big and lumpy. No, we have mostly these are more like ropes or wires. They're just twisted to get the rope shape, just like this here. Things to do. We have one, but it's the wrong size, I think. Okay, so let's take the ones that we made earlier, just well, a little bit earlier here, which are, I don't know if you can see it very well on the screen, but they're not smooth. They're sort of rippled, I guess. Trying to cut off the ends without smushing it. See if we're gonna have it like that. This problem for me now is that the back sides are pretty smooth anyway, and I kind of want to put something on there, but I might just put a couple of rivets or something there. It doesn't really need to be that much. All right, so we should sort of dry fit this maybe. Yeah, we'll do some sort of a control box. Maybe we'll put a little bit of plastic in the back. Tiny bit of plastic like this. It's not thick enough. So the general idea that I had for a cover for the end of the hoses actually would work, but I don't want to sit and try and make that tool in the right size. So if I wanted to do that, I'd probably 3D print a tool for it, but that means I'm not going to be able to put that on with fresh green stuff until next time. And next time I plan on painting this, at least this one. Paint this one and build the other one maybe, or finish the other one. See what we have time to do on him today, once we have done all the things on this guy, because it's not super much, it's not that much to go, if we're going to be honest. Or we could use these exhaust pipes that are on the weapons. We could have used them as like in where we plugged in the cables. He just realizes. Well, a little bit too late for that. Because I'm not gonna start carving in that right now. Just way too much work. Without breaking anything or mushing up any green stuff. two cables. These cable rollers can also be used if you roll them a little bit afterwards. You flatten them out, they can be looking pretty good as like worms. I had a better roller for that I built from plastic card at one time, but I don't know where it is. So I'm gonna have to make a new worm roller, because worms are good to have when you're doing Nurgle stuff. I'm very carefully trying to cut this off. Go. So yeah, if you take one of these and you just roll it a little bit so it's not totally smooth, you get that sort of a worm shaping. But I'm gonna make a new proper worm roller as well. So, and then we're gonna glue that in place in just a moment. We're just gonna cut the other one to shape as well before we're adding any glue to anything. This one is long enough to, come on, can you please let go, to maybe use on the other side actually. And then we will push the green stuff away, and then we'll put on some glue, just like that. Sculpture in place. Having some cabling going in there. We'll put something more on there. Maybe it's not just a flat surface as well. But yeah. Breaking up the flat surfaces and the monotony and the boringness. Could have put a small flat disc under this. That could have also worked for what I wanted it to do. But that is also way too late. This green stuff is getting a bit hard now. It's been out and mixed for a while, so it's not so strange. Let's do something different on the other side, because we don't want it to look too much the same. No, we don't need you. We need you. Gently pressing and rolling down when you're doing tubes, otherwise you're going to deform them and you're going to have to shape them back. Or if you deform them too hard, oh, well, that actually landed in my lap. There we go. If you deform it too hard, you might actually crack the plastic as well, so that's not good either. Either way. Then we're going to put, oh, this is not long enough then maybe. Maybe if we gently pull at it a little bit. I'm going to put the cable coming out of this. So this is like, there we go. That was perfect actually. That worked out much better than I thought it would. Then we'll just glue that cable on there. We will carefully squeeze it and hold it in place. There we go. Okay, what did I wanted to do something else. I wanted to fix this flat side on the back. Right, and the underside of the arm. So we're going to do a few more rivets. But before we do that, this green stuff that I have, that is, well, actually I'm going to have to make another cable as well, because that wasn't enough. I need one more for that arm. But the rest of it we're just going to make cables of anyway, because before it's too hard to work with. And then we'll just put them aside, let them cure, and then next time we need a cable, we might already have some made. Put that in the roller and roll. Yeah, it's a bit noisy. I do apologize for that if it's a bit hard on anybody's ears. I could sand it down a bit in the edges. I'm gonna remake most of these because they have some design errors. The only one that's really good design is this for the big one, because you can see the teeth never touch each other. So no matter how much you press down, it's always going to be like a cable. These just go tooth to tooth, so there's no spacing between the teeth, and that means that you can actually squeeze too much. So a slight redesign of the edges of these and they will be super fine. And I'm gonna do a new one for worms anyway, so, and maggots and stuff like that. Finished the cable, and we needed one more for the actual build, right? Yep, we need one more anyway. We'll use this last one, or part of it anyway, to put on the model. Then we'll put some rivets on somewhere here, there. I kind of wish these cables would be cured already, because I kind of want to put some, just the tiniest flat bit over like that. But actually we could maybe do that with some tubing. Yeah. Okay, we don't have to worry about it. Because even these are just a long flat surface, and that looks not just boring, it also looks like, how is this attached here? How would this work in real life? That's like the thing to think about. Even for orc things, because they mimic humans and others in their technology. So even if you do an orc thing, it looks a little bit wonky. It should still look like a sort of primitive person went, hey, how would this work? And then just built it out of memory. So we don't have to fool the Empire of Man, the Chaos Gods or anything. We have to fool the players that play the game. Because that's what we're doing when we're building models. We're making an illusion. Just as with painting, and you paint highlights and shadows and all that stuff. When you're building the details, one tiny little detail can make or break a whole model. And now I'm just talking about making a model as good as possibly can, if you want to aim for that. I mean, you can just smack things together. It's for a game. It's an art project, and it's for a game. You should have fun as much of the time as possible with it, and that's it. But if you want to sort of push yourself, and if you want to give something like this a go, some of the things that you should probably be thinking about then is how like that. How would this work? Okay. That obviously didn't work because the glue didn't cure fast enough. Again, for some reason. It's like when you listen to some people talk about painting, telling a story. This is the same thing. You're telling a story with a project like this. What is this? How is it made? How does this work? Where does it come from? And so on. Even orc stuff has to look like they could work from the viewer's point of view. Not a realistic point of view for the universe, because orc stuff doesn't work. I mean, literally, in stories, they have found orc weapons, which are basically just boxes that are shaped like machine guns. They don't have any internal parts. They just shoot things out of them because orcs believe it's so hard. That's how orcs work. Enough orcs can make anything manifest, basically, if they all believe in it enough. Well, a couple of cables, in this case they are actually cables, for the saws. Could be hose as well, I guess, if we wanted to, for fuel, but let's they have like a little exhaust pipe on them, so I guess they're fuel driven, but again, they're orcs, so maybe not. Oh yeah, we have some rivets to put on these ends as well, and then we have some riveting to do on other parts as well, just to fill up a few of the blank spaces. And then we're gonna say goodbye to this fellow for today, and then next week we're gonna paint him. We're gonna keep on going for a while. I have another dreadnought. I have made weapons and details on one dreadnought today. So yeah, this is not necessarily the fastest way to get your army done. We haven't even started painting the model. We haven't even finished building him yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this, okay. I don't want this viscous glue, I want this sticky glue, because it's a little bit better for this. And it holds onto the small plastic bits on the model a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Yeah, usually dip it in water. You can just put the toothpick in your mouth as well if you want to create some surface tension. Don't recommend that on models that you're gonna sell or so, but otherwise water, in that case water is your friend, and you can just put on your rivets. And what's happening is, of course, that the surface tension of the water is a pretty good adhesive actually, in some cases. Not maybe a permanent adhesive, but it will help things get stuck. And then the glue has a much higher surface tension, and it's tacky, so it's gonna grab onto it, and the water is gonna let go. All right, and here is the other two, and they're gonna go on the inside here, so we don't forget about that. There we go. That's all riveted up. He is all hosed up and cabled up, and everything is up. I'm gonna take some very thin, like pipe or something like this, and cut in a little more, like let's say 270 degrees, so remove like a quarter, and then just cut a tiny bit of that, and then we're gonna press that over these hoses in some places, just so it looks like they're tacked down somehow. But we can't do that while the green stuff is not cured, because we're just gonna flatten the cables. But once green stuff is cured, it's just hard, like plastic. So that will, and since we're going to do that with plastic bits, we can do that just before painting, so we can do that next week and anyway. Well, that's one of the guys then. Or should I'll put some rivets on the backpack thing here, and maybe a bit of something over here on the back side of the arms. Nah, we'll put a few rivets on the side here actually before we call it done, because it's just flat and boring. I mean, look at this whole area. It's just flat and boring. There's nothing happening back there. A rivet there, a rivet there, a rivet there, and a rivet there. 4 little rivets on that side. That's going to be fine. And that's also a perfect place for some paint work later on, and you can just like make a brown line going down like this, like water running, collecting here and running down on the sides here, and just so it's you got a reason to do some weathering there as well. Okay, is there anything I'm not happy with? I'm not happy with the hatch. It doesn't have a handle. And there are a few ways we could make a handle, and I'm gonna do it the easy way. Well, I'm gonna make it do it easy and make it durable at the same time. Because if you just put a little plastic bit there for a handle, you run a big chance of that just falling off because it's so small. So instead, I'm gonna use a bit of this very thin, hard metallic wire. Oh, new followers. CB1, thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome to the Waaagh, which is, well, 1.5 models in from 9 models, from 10 models. So, yeah. Yeah, some things to take care. Yeah. You lurk on. You lurk on, Bone Shooter. Thank you for hanging on. Thank you for lurking. That is, as of course, always appreciated. I had a lighter when I started. I saw that I had a lighter here. Did I remove the lighter? Because the lighter is what I'm looking for right now. So, oh, there it is. I just hid it very well. Because this is plastic. Plastic melts. So we're going to heat up a bit of this metallic thread with the lighter. We could also drill holes, but this is just faster. Oh, it's cooled down already. And that went all the way through. Now we have 2 nice holes. Let's take another piece of this metallic wire and bend that into a handle shape or a U shape. Thank you, thank you. Much kind of you to say. Yeah, I'm really happy how this guy is turning out actually. And we're gonna see if we can't fit this down here. You could also just bend this and heat this hole and push it down, I guess. Did we not make a deep hole, enough hole here? I don't think so. So if you don't have a drill bit that you can use, you can always use heat. Did not get the distance quite right. Squeeze that together a bit. Because I don't think I have a drill that is this small. Come on. Get in there. Why don't you want to do like I want you to do? You're evil. Evil, I tell you. Oh wait, maybe I have the small drills here actually. Ah, well, we made holes with fire. We don't need a small drill. Let's just make these legs shorter. See if that helps out. Yeah, that's gonna fit in pretty nicely. Let's put some glue on there with a toothpick, as always, so we can control the amount of glue and exactly where it's going. It's not straight on, it doesn't matter because it's an orc thingy. That's definitely an acceptable orc wonkiness. Right. And he's got a handle on his hatch. This little box is very boring. So let's use our little pre-made rolled cables and fix that. Just cutting it off a little bit. Yeah, so this is what we are doing here on this little screen. We are building, well, right now the project is making 9 deff breads for my first 1,000 points getting back into Warhammer 40k army. And being slightly on the poorer side of the spectrum of economy at the moment, but having a 3D printer, I mean, I'm not poor like that. I just don't have the money to spend on a lot of models. But I have a 3D printer. Filament is quite cheap. I have a bunch of plastic bits. I have a bunch of plastic bits from Warhammer, from playing it a lot a while back. So I decided I should just build some. So we have the next guy in line here. He's gonna have 2 close combat weapons and a couple of big shooters. This one, of course, have all the close combat weapons to cut and dice and slice everything in his path. We'll put that down there, let it cure a little bit, and then we're gonna bend it. I don't know where we're gonna put the other end, but we're gonna put it somewhere. And then we'll see if we have some shooter parts, and maybe we'll just build a couple of big shooters real quick for the other guy, and then start at least on some weapons for his close combat, for his hands. He's going to have claws, so it's going to be something like this, but different. Is the plan. I used to play Warhammer 40k quite a lot, like a bunch of years ago. And then we started playing more Warhammer Fantasy, and then Warhammer Fantasy sort of died because they remade the game to Age of Sigmar. So we started to play War Machine, and now I'm sort of, because I like these orcs. I like orcs in 40k. So I want to get back into it a bit. And then I ended up here then, doing this. It's also going to be a very unique army because at this point everything that's going to get in here is going to be custom made, most with 3D printed parts. Bases, like all the black is 3D printed ABS, and the rest is just plastic card and green stuff, and some bits from my bits box. These claws need, that's what we're missing. I know. I knew there was something we were missing. Well, while that top part dries, we can fix that, and it's gonna need to slice off. Oh, there you go. 2 small round discs like this, and go on, slightly static. I'm gonna put them on this claw here because it doesn't have any axis, or there should be an axle going all the way through here for it to pivot on, and it doesn't have that. And the same with the other claw on the bottom here. A new toothpick with some water on it, grabbing up that bit, putting it down where the glue is, and it sort of gives you the illusion that it's bendable now more. Trying really careful to not get my fingers anywhere where I have soft green stuff, because then we might just have to redo some of the hosing or cabling on this guy, and I'm not really in the mood to do that. Some glue, water on this one, lift, no, come on, lift it up and get it, put it in place. There we go. And then the glue up here should have had time to dry. And we'll get some more of that glue, so we can put it in this little tube here at the top. We'll lift up this cable ever so gently and try to bend it and get it to go. There we go. Some weird cable thingy running there. Yeah. Just like the very final details. And next week, before we paint this guy, we're gonna put some clamps, I guess we can call them, over all the hoses here, so they look like they're held down somehow. And that's like the final detail to be doing. And the hoses here on the end on the hydraulics might need something to cover it as well. I'm not sure if I want to get into that. It would be probably be cool, and if I decide it's cool enough, I'm just gonna do that. And then of course we're gonna have to wait with the actual painting. So for now, this guy goes into the back, and we'll bring out his little cousin or whatever it is, and we will make us some shooters, or well, some big shooters, by using shooters. And we can do that simply by adding some. Is that the same size? No, that's the bigger size. Good. Because this one goes in there. Yep, that's fantastic. Yes, making a bigger barrel than it originally has usually does the trick quite well when it comes to making big shooters. The only issue I have is that I don't have that many shooters left, because I have used them for my custom bike project with the shooters on the sides. And that shoots away. Get some glue in here, and then we'll put this little pipe in there, and then this is going to get glued to here, or actually that way maybe. I mean, first of course, I'm just gonna square this off a bit so it's not so wonky. Orc wonkiness is not the same thing as wonkiness. It means you can get away with quite a lot because it's orc, but not too much. Still has to look kind of believable to the player to look good. But yeah, that's about it. We're gonna glue that on here. We'll put some big plastic bits back here and then we might make a big box for the ammo. So big shooters can be, if you have some parts, pretty easy to make. It's just a shooter, but it's a big shooter, so it's bigger. No, it's still not really that straight. I don't know if this is the not straight part or not. This is the not straight part. We'll just try and flatten them both out a bit. Sanding it down just a little bit. No, it's this pipe. It's the pipe that isn't perfectly cut. And then I have a bunch of orky bits in the shape of ammo bands that's like made for shooters and stuff. So we're gonna we can use that to add more detail as well. It's not perfectly straight, but it's straight enough. Now what I'm talking about then, let's move you out of the way. Talking about things like this, which you can just glue on. We can take some of these and we can make a little ammo box if we want to. Then we don't have to use so many of these little ammo bands, so we can save them for other projects as well. Just put the orky bits back in where they belong. Actually, let's move the bits to the side and let's just go over the edge like this. There we go. Oh, there's an arm in the way. Right. And then we'll just put we'll make a little ammo box and put it on the side here. This is obviously, of course, not where the ammo comes in on this guy. So, yeah, this needs to be cut in a bit. It doesn't look very big, though. More plastic bits, basically. Make it bigger. Okay. Making it bigger. The good thing about making this with like orky parts is that you get detailing for free, like tiny little rivets and stuff on these models, which would be very annoying to have to sit down and make. But they're already made. Somebody did the work for us, so we don't have to if we use already made parts. You can see that, I mean, of course you can see it because of the color difference, but you would also see it if this was painted just like this. That's just a big flat surface. This has like all the tiny little rivets and everything, which is we're gonna mimic some of that on this part. We could put like an ammo box on the back here and make ammo bands go to the guns, I guess. But making them look a little bit like they work is enough when you build orc things. Okay, this has a glyph on the side here though, and that's a bit in the way when we're gonna glue this in. So we're gonna have to file that down real quick. So we get a nice flat surface. For this mount to adhere to. And I think we're gonna put this, this white bit is just in the way. That was not the best of plans. Okay, we're gonna have to put something back there in a way. Maybe that's where we'll put the ammo box. Let's start by getting this glued in, however, and fitted so it looks, see how it looks. Yeah, some ammo box, an ammo box on the side, and then we're going to put a sight up here, not because somebody's aiming there, because it's just going to look better. Break off this boring thing. Let's put the ammo bands back in. Of course, all the good small parts end up down at the bottom. Let's take out a couple of sides, so we have for the other side as well. Actually, let's keep some of the ammo bands out so we don't have to do this again. Let's put like 3 ammo bands back there. I mean, there is, well, it's nothing here actually, somewhere else. There is backpack, but that's too organic. I want it to be mechanical stuff. Oh, another one of those sights. I like those sights, so let's use, we have 2 of them there now. Good. I might regret putting on the sights already, simply because we're going to do a lot more things with the model and it's going to be manipulated and moved around a bit. But then again, if we do this and it stays on, we do know that it's gonna stay on. So it's a little bit of a test as well, I guess. Yeah, now we can shoot you with his 5+ ballistic skill. That's gonna work out nicely. Orc shooting is usually loud and a lot, but not necessarily efficient, you know. Oh. We have a bunch of these flash kit thing arms, which have these boxes on them. Yeah, I'm gonna figure out what we're gonna do for the boxes. For the ammo, well, let's start with putting another gun on this guy. He only has 1 gun. He feels sad. I bet you he feels super sad because he isn't fully armed, which is a pun in so many different ways. It's not even funny. Oh, if you have a shooter with the barrel on, this pipe fits perfectly on that barrel. Just glue, squeeze, done. That's fine. This gun has a magazine in it though. Not sure I want to keep that on because it's so small. Needs more ammo, needs more Daka. Put some more glue on my glue palette. Squeeze. Maybe I should cut off my piece of plastic that I want before I start adding glue to things. But it's also semi-slow drying, quick, super glue, so it's not that important. Because if that barrel can stay on there and I can do this, it's gonna be easier to keep it straight on there. And then we'll cut off a small bit of the smaller pipe and put it inside, so we get that nice look, smaller barrel thing in the front, like that, keeping it straight-ish in there so it looks good. This is, however, interesting. Now, of course, I should put this on that side up because we have this little hole here where the shell casings come out. But I also want this one downwards, and expending shell casings, that doesn't need to happen. It's just an orc gun. They probably don't have any accelerant or anything, or any explosive material or something to shoot their projectiles with anyway. They just work, because orcs, which sometimes really sounds like a silly cop out, but well, that's how orkiness works. It works because of orkiness. Oh, this is glue on my finger. This is, I have put this ball joint on in a bit of a weird angle. I wanted it to go more like that. Okay, we're gonna do a crazy test experiment thingy, see if I can get this, because this is super glued in, not plastic glued in. Oh yeah, there we go. Yay! Because what you really should do when you're building something in this way, you should put on all the things on your ball joints and all your arms and everything before gluing it in place, so you can be sure of the angles. And we'll let that cure, and then we can just insert this in any way we think it looks good. And we'll put the sight on once it's in place. Add some more glue to this palette. We can add the glue to the inside of this socket. I think, yeah, we can. We can definitely fit this in there. Oh, that's a lot of glue. A little more than I need. Sorry if I'm out of camera, I'm just trying to get a good angle so I can see what I'm doing. Just spreading some glue around. Holding it until it cures a little bit at least. Holding things in place. It's kind of like sanding. It's like one of those things that you get used to having to do. Don't really have a use to have a old glued toothpick to my clothing though. Okay. Yeah, that felt like it was stuck there properly, and I lost my sight. But I didn't lose sight of my sights. Just gonna dodge down and get it. And then we are just cutting off this flash from the sprue here. Here we go. And I moved that away because it's starting to be annoying. So we need some more glue on a better palette. I think I'm going to have to print a new one of these bodies in the coming week, so I can start on guy number 3. I'm going to make 2 more with just close combat weapons, because that's the plan, and then the rest are going to be like with 2 close combat weapons and 2 shooters, so no extra equipment really. There we go. Now we can have sights on both his guns, so we still can't shoot any better. D&D stuff. Oh yeah. Well, if you have a session tonight, you should be thinking about D&D stuff. So, besides a few more clips that I'm going to make from plastic next week on the hoses on this guy, he's done. Actually, it's not. I wanted to do something with his feet, but I can do that with glue and plastic and not green stuff, so we can do that right before painting. So we're getting some big shooters onto the next guy here, so we can shoot while he advances, goes towards people, and gonna, before he starts carving them up. Crunchy, crunchy, crunchy. So a bit more Daka on this guy. I'm just looking at the guy behind him, and I'm so happy with how this guy turned out. Though, as many has pointed out, I like this one more as well because he has these goggle eyes. We're gonna actually do that. And he's going to have claws, and they're going to take some time to build, as we have noticed. So, yeah, we're not doing that today with him. We're going to see if we got some good boxes to use as ammo boxes, or if there's something that we have to need to make, and we need to make that. But I do have bits behind me here. Oh, something happens. I get raided? I get raided. Budgie Bop, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Welcome, raiders. Hi. Welcome to the stream. We're building death threads. Well, we're making death threads, custom made. One is almost finished now after 3 streams. There's some small details on these green stuff hoses once they have dried. So welcome in, everybody. We're doing the next death thread. How was your stream? And again, thank you for coming in with a raid and bringing some lovely people in. So yeah, we have one guy with a couple of big shooters. Dark Washu, hello. Hey there. I know you. Well, I know who you are. I've seen your name. You are familiar to me. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so the whole idea is I want to get back into 40K. I have absolutely no budget to spend on new miniatures, even though Death Dread miniatures are awesome from Games Workshop. But I have a 3D printer. Filament is a lot cheaper to buy just a roll of filament and print everything. So I designed the black parts myself, printed them on my printer, and now we're putting stuff on them to make them all the details. You may have not been making before it was raided in. Oh, I see, I see. Well, lurks are always welcome. You don't have to chat around here if you don't want to. You're more than welcome to do. Also, you are free to share Warhammery arty stuff on your social media pages in this chat if you want to. Don't break the rules of the terms of service of Twitch, because that will be a bannerino. So Twitch don't bannerinos me, but otherwise feel free. It should be open links in the chat if you have been working on something. Oh, basing wolves. Oh, thank you for the follow. First a raid and then you follow. That is awesome. Thank you. That is most appreciated. So yeah, I wanted to get back into 40K, have a printer and all that, made some ideas, and this is the first, well, it's close to finish we got. There's some detailing I want to do on the feet so they don't look so flat. And that's why we have all these little tiny cables and stuff for the hydraulics, because get some depth into the model. And so I was like, okay, what can I print? I can print things like this, machines. So I made a 1,000-point army list for Warhammer 40K with orcs, and that's 9 Death Dreads and a Big Mech. So yeah, that's 10 models for 1,000 points, but it's going to be awesome, and they're going to look super cool, and they're going to be absolutely custom. Next army project after that is making a bunch of these of different types. My little grot tanks. Same story, designed, printed, put on some plastic card and bits. We have one that is painted up. His tracks have broken though. I have redesigned the tracks, so the new printed ones will not have this flimsy thin track. But that's the next Orc Army project that I'm gonna be just be making mostly myself. That's not how you treat your models though. Well, lucky for me, I have glue and I have the printer to make more parts. And they didn't really break, there's just some super glued parts that fell apart, so that's all good. I wonder where the turret, oh there's the turret. Hello turret. Hey. So a piece of advice, if you're going to lift models, lift them one at a time. Oops. Yeah. But you know, you should screw up on stream, because that makes other people more comfortable with screwing up, because they finally realize they're not alone. I think we all know that we're not alone, but sometimes, you know, it can be nice to just see that it doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be all good all the time. You can mess up. And that was a mess up. Lucky it's nothing major. It's just this gun lost its sight and it fell off the turret. I don't need to glue that back now. Just put it down there. Yeah, you can see some of the Orky projects. We have some killer cans. I made a couple of different models of. Probably gonna redesign them a little bit, because they're also pretty flat and boring on some surfaces. It doesn't look interesting, you know. Details. More snow? Yeah, I haven't looked out for a couple of hours because I don't have any windows in this room. I have to go to the next room. But it was snowing last time I see, and I'm gonna have to walk home in that. But I have also properly dressed for that. So yeah, where were we? Otherwise in the chat. Oh yeah, the stream was good and your daughter was basing her wolves. That's nice. Yeah, we don't have so much snow here, so for me it's not too problematic anyway. But yeah, try and stay safe. If you can't go out because of the snow, don't go out. Don't try. But yeah, while we are waiting a little bit here, we can do, there's a comparison. If you look at the arms, these are super smooth still, and there's nothing happening there. And here you have some armor plates, you have these joints, you have the hoses for the hydraulics, and to me, making all those small details is not just the fun part, it's also what makes the model stand out a bit. And right now I'm doing the guns. I'm looking for some boxes or some. I'm gonna have a look if I have some ammo boxes that I can use, or if I'm gonna have to, you know, build something. Oh no, drive the yeah, no, and you have to be on your like on your sharpest if it's a lot of snow when you have to drive in it and everything. So that's good. Stay safe. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, let's see what we got. I know I'm turning my back to the camera. I'm just looking through. You know what? That wasn't very comfortable. I'm gonna bring this down here. The sorting box of bits. The top part is just old nid bits. Rat ogre bits. 40k shooting weapons. We don't need that now, but it's good to know. Some Space Marine stuff. Fantasy melee weapons. No, wait, that's not fantasy. It's mixed melee weapons. Mixed, okay. Torsos, heads, spears, ogre gut plates. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, what's this? I don't know. That's like a fuel tank. There's some back tank. I was hoping I had some Imperial Guard ammo boxes lying around, because that would have just been great. I don't want to have to glue them together from a lot of plastic bits. I might just decide to print a little, because that's just a few minutes printing, print a few boxes that are good shaped, so it looks like they can have orcish ammo in. No, those are shields, and these are also, oh, that's actually shooting weapons for 40k. Could be some ammo boxes for weapons in there. Ooh. I found an actual big shooter that has been slightly modified, but yeah. No, nothing there. Okay, we're gonna have to make some boxes somehow. Unless I have something in this box. I also have like a couple of boxes, like moving house boxes with old models and bits in that hasn't been sorted at all. Oh, that's an orc boy. What are you doing here? You should be over there. Nope. Oh, we could use these to make big drum magazines. No, wait, those are the engine parts for my deff copters. Oops. Let's not steal parts from other projects. Okay, so we don't have any good boxes, which means I either cut these into pieces and build boxes and put like on the side here. Because I don't have enough of these. I have a bunch, I guess, but I don't think I have enough of the ammo bands to like make a box here. Then again, I could just make like a covered, yeah. I'm not really sure where to go there. We'll think about that. You don't really need any more rivets or anything otherwise. You need a hinge for your a hatch, I guess. So we'll get to that one. I could start on the claws, I guess, if I have enough. If I have enough axe parts to, because it's gonna have 2 claws, kind of like this guy. Might be looking completely different though, because you know, doesn't have to be uniform. Need a smaller one of these. So we're not gonna make a hinge. We're gonna make something that reminds us enough of a hinge to fool us when we look at the model. And that's basically a pipe that we remove about I thought we're gonna remove about a quarter of that. Come on, stand still. I just want to cut you open. Just stand still. You're a piece of plastic. It shouldn't hurt. So we have this sort of U shape, and we can glue that down, and we have a hinge looking kind of thing. And all we need to do is put some glue on there. No, we need some more glue. Lurking for foods. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep going. So you might find yourself somewhere or not. Maybe we're still here. I don't know, but have a nice lunch. Thank you for dropping by. It is much appreciated. But yeah, listening to the belly when it comes to food is always something that I will support. Nourishment is important. Okay, so if you look at it from the side, it's kind of hollow. We can fill that out with some green stuff once this is cured if we want to. Well, there's ammo boxes, or there is starting to look for claw parts, and I'm gonna want to print some boxes. I'm just gonna take some measurements before I go home. Oh, look at this! We have a actual big shooter with an orc arm attached to it. So let's keep that for an orc, maybe. Oh yeah, I was running low on the good axes I wanted to use. Oops. So let's see if we have any boys which we can loot from. Yeah, because I'm never planning on using boys with sluggers. Everybody knows that that guy's the way to go. Shoot us all the way, liksom. Shoot us all the way. And we have a guy with a big shooter. Oh, we have enough. There's a bunch of big shooter guys here. But we're also seeming to lack this, because the reason I want this axe, because it's fairly straight or even a bit curved, and it has this nice texture on it, which is what I used for this guy to make his weapons. Oh, there's another one. And if I want to use these as slugger boys, I can always take one of the other weapons that I have, like the other type of axes, and use those on these models. That's the wrong type of axe. This is not. Okay, so I have 2 there. Let's start anyway. So we will cut that off. What? How can you forget about coffee? Oh my God, are you that tired today? Well, you haven't had coffee. An even loop of doom. I haven't had coffee, so I don't remember coffee. That's a horror story right there. And welcome back. Dun dun dun. Indeed. Dun dun dun. And can you believe it? I'm still streaming. But I'm also running out of these parts. But I have to look through all my boxes to find more. But we have cut these off. Let's put all the useful bits into their little useful box. So we don't lose any important bitterinos. I also thought I'd pick up some potatoes on my way home, so we can do the potato thing again. What do you think about that? Oh, and also, ta-da! He's like finished. Actually, I want to put some bits over the cables or the hoses so they look like they're clamped down. Oh, we don't have anything. Should we do some... but don't we have any meat out? Because then we could just do something else. Otherwise we'll do chicken or something then. Let's do something else for a couple of days, I guess. And then we can go back to that. Nice to change up a little bit. Yeah, I'm super happy how this guy came out. This is absolutely fantastic. All the little hoses and cables and everything. It's gonna be so much fun next week when we get to paint that guy. Okay, so we have some uncooked meat. Well, I'll buy some potatoes anyway on my way home. So we have in case of, basically. But 6 o'clock, that's a 5-hour stream then, right? Potatoes. Oh, indeed. So I'm thinking we should find someone to raid right about now, actually. I think that's where we are at. Let's see who is on. Hey, can I get my window open? Thank you. Actually, I can just click on that and see who is on. Okay, then I just see a few. Okay, let's open Twitch. So thank you for the raid earlier. Again, thank you for the follows. Thank you for hanging around, for lurking, being awesome people. Thank you for sharing your art. It's been nice to see what other people has been doing. And oh, Jan is online. I've actually streamed enough to raid the Jan. Well, let's head over to January then, I would say. No, come on. Yeah. Let's check the channel preview. So he actually has started. You know, that's kind of a good thing. Yeah, he's sitting there talking. All right. Well, if you want to tag along to another mini place, that's where we're heading now. So thank you everybody for today. I hopefully will see you in like a week's time then when we start painting one of these guys and keep building the other ones while yeah, and get this project really running. I'm gonna print some ammo boxes. I'm gonna print a couple of bodies for at least one more of these, maybe 2 more. Got 9 to do, you know, in the end. So there's that. Thank you everybody. Stay safe, and I will see you next time.